Myths and legends about everything and nothing. Written by Box Ape and read by Box Ape. Forward. Thank you so much to everyone who inspired me to write this book, and of course to those who read it. To my family and friends who support me and believe in me. I write and create art for the pleasure of it, but it is you who encourage me to keep on sharing what I create, as I see the joy it gives you, and it means the world to me. For ages, humans have pondered over the greatest mystery in existence itself. Where do we come from? Where do we go? We have shaped endless theories, some more abstract, some more convincing, but no certain answers. Existence remains a mystery. I have no intention of taking away the mystery, as the mystery is a source of wonder. One thing is for sure though, one day or another we will all know. Everything which has a beginning has an end. We will go back to where we came from and see for ourselves. In the meantime, life offers an endless abundance of pleasure for those who pay attention. I'm not a channel for anything but my own imagination. These are not mystical visions or theories of our existence, but stories made up to open up the imagination and play with how we view the world. What we believe changes what we perceive, which changes the experience of life itself. So why not make up our own beliefs and our own ways of seeing the world? Our own myths and legends to explain the world around us. There is no need to fear living in a fantasy world because we already do. Everyone has their own unique perception, which works as a filter over everything we experience. So let's paint on this filter and make it something beautiful, and maybe the world around us will become more beautiful when viewed through it. Kind regards, John Michael By, aka Box Ape. Prologue. Long ago, in a land far away, further than he could imagine, an old man entered the town square of a humble old town. His clothes were dirty, and he smelled of fish. He had branches in his beard and a bird's nest in his hair. A blue bird was warming its eggs out there. He had a brown furry backpack on his back. His feet were black and bare. Who knows how far the man had traveled to arrive there, at this beautiful fountain at town square, looking around to see everyone there frowning upon him. Smiling, he took out his backpack, and out of that he pulled out a stone. Some people sent out an admiring tone, because this was not a normal stone. No, it was shining bright and red like a sunset welcoming the night. "This is the eternal flame," said the man, and the people's frowns turned into awe. And some came closer, and some went further, and one was bellowing out, "We are good people here in this town. We don't want freaks like you around. So take your stones, dirt, and stench and get away and have a nice day." The fountain was splashing. The wind was blowing a dashing hat from a woman's head. And the bluebird spread its wings and sent out a two-tone melody. The old man brought the eternal flame to his heart, and he brought his attention to the people in front of him, curiosity shining in their eyes. Then he looked up to the skies and said, "Believe what you want and do what you want, but I know where I've been and I know what I've seen. The eternal flame was given to me in another town. In this town I learned that miracles are real. They showed me that everyone can be friends. They taught me that everyone has it better when everyone takes care of each other. They said it doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter where you go. All that matters is that all takes care of all. No matter what you think, believe or feel, here we have room for all." They gave me food, water, and a bath. They talked and listened, and I felt at last I had found my home. He brought the eternal flame in front of his eyes, and he started to smile a toothless smile. And the sunset was shining from his inside, and the same applied to many of those in the town square. Frowns turned into awe. Some came closer, and some went further, and one was bellowing out, "For sure this man is a liar, and I bet you he's a thief. He stole the stone, and he'll steal from you if you're dumb enough to let him trick you." The fountain was pouring. The wind was blowing, a smell of flowers to them all. The man smiled as he looked upon the people around him, staring in awe. He said, "You believe what you want, and you do what you do, but I know where I've been, and I know what I've seen. In that town I stayed for many years. I was young and dumb when I first came there. I fell in love with a girl, I got friends in a house. I learned what love was all about, and I never would if it wasn't for what they said to me. It doesn't matter where you've been, it doesn't matter where you go, no matter what you did or will do. All that matters is that all take care of all. So here we have space for you. So think what you think and feel what you feel. Be alone when you want to be alone. And anytime you want someone to make you smile, here you have your home. We have an abundance of food and abundance of roofs, and we want to share it with all, because your happiness is my happiness, so all takes care of all." The man sat down on the fountain and rested his hands, holding the eternal flame on his dirty lap. The people around were baffled and didn't know how to react. Some came closer and some went further, and one went bellowing out, "This man is just trying to take advantage of your kindness. Now leave before I call the guards." The fountain was pouring, a wheel was turning, the people were whispering around, and the man was smiling as he looked towards those who were looking at him fondly. His audience had expanded a lot, curiosity shining in their eyes. The man said, "Believe what you want and do what you want, but I'm not telling lies. I know where I've been, I know what I've seen, and nothing can take away that. My life has been a wonder, all thanks to that place, in fact. The kindness they showed me was incredible, beyond any pleasure of any kind. And this is what they told me when I asked them why. It doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter where you go. All that matters is that all take care of all. So be yourself just as you are, and no matter how near or how far, let this knowledge guide your way every night and every day. Life is beautiful, and the world is paradise when all take care of all." The man held the eternal flame towards the crowd as he said, steady and proud, "I am old, and I want to spend the rest of my days telling everyone about our ways, so that the paradise we made can grow. Thank you all for listening to my tale about where I got the eternal flame, and now it's time for me to go. Because time is moving, and I am dirty, and I have many places to see. And though your town is lovely and all, there's no place for someone like me." He put a stone in his backpack, which he put on his back, and the bird was singing a free-tone melody. The people were whispering to each other. They didn't seem to know what to think. Some came closer, some went further, and one was bellowing out, "You can bathe and eat and sleep at my home. Rest for a day, then do as you want. There are lots of good people here in this town who would be glad to have someone like you around." The old man smiled and stood up, and he gave them all a bow. He said, "Thank you so much. You're kind indeed, but the time to leave is now. I can bathe in the river and get my food from the forest. Nature takes care of its children, and that's why we live in heaven, when all take care of all." And without looking back, he went to the forest, and the people were standing in confusion. None got in his way, and none followed, and no one knew where he went. No one knew where he came from. They didn't even know if his story was true. No one even knew his name. But in the end, it didn't matter. Because from that day and every day forever after, in that town, all took care of all. Chapter 1: The Peacock and the Turkey. Did you know that the peacock didn't always look so beautiful? And that the turkey didn't always look so strange? No, they were brothers, looking quite the same. They connected deeply over their differences in taste and interests. Minding their own business, that's what they did best. One watched every sunrise, the other every sunset. They looked like different foods, different smells, and different colors. Up until one day when they finally found something they had in common. Some new birds had come to their part of the forest, and both the turkey and the peacock agreed that one particular female was the most beautiful they had ever seen. The two brothers noticed each other stare at the young ladybird, and the peacock said, "She will be mine, 'cause I have the shiniest feathers." "No, she will be mine," the turkey replied, "'cause I am more kind." "Oh, we will see about that." The peacock boasted out and marched towards the ladybird. But he was so angry at his brother that he didn't watch where he was walking. If he did, maybe he would have seen the roots sticking up from the ground. He didn't, though, and he stumbled on the root and fell into the dirt right in front of the ladybird's feet. He stood up and saw that his shiny feathers were all dirty. "Oh no, my feathers!" he cried out and ran away. The turkey was watching from behind a bush and decided that he had to try talking to the ladybird now. He absolutely had to. His brother had at least tried. He didn't really want to, though. He was quite a shy bird and had never talked to a female he liked before. "Okay, here we go," he said, coming out from the bush, his kind heart beating fast in his chest. He picked up a big fat worm as a gift and walked towards the ladybird. The whole world was spinning. Had his legs always felt so wiggly? And the closer he got to her, the more dizzy he became. A branch snapped under his foot, and she turned around towards the sound. She had noticed him. She was looking at him, with curiosity shining in her beautiful eyes. And that was the last thing the turkey saw before he fainted from his fear of talking to the ladybird. So neither of the young birds got the lady. That would have been a good time to be friends again. These brothers, though, they were both arguing about which one the ladybird would choose if they had spoken to her. The argument went on until the sun closed in on the horizon, and they figured there was only one way to settle this argument. They decided to do what most animals did back then, whenever there was some kind of unsolvable dilemma. They went deep into the forest, to the most dense, diverse part, where there were more different types of plants and animals than anywhere else, to speak with the mother and father of creation. Usually, the creators were always to be found together, creating some kind of animal, fish, butterfly, or anything else they could imagine. But on this day, the two brothers found Father Creator sitting by himself, and he seemed lonely indeed. Since the brothers were birds, they naturally saw the father as an eagle. His mighty feathers were gray with age, and he had a big mushroom hat on his head. "What a beautiful sunrise, or what do you think, Almighty Creator?" said the turkey. "Well, it is beautiful, but it would have been more beautiful if I could share it with my love." "Well, where is she?" the peacock asked. "Down by the river. She is so upset with me that she won't even talk to me, and I don't even know why. She won't tell me." Well, that's a shame, said the peacock. Anyway, we are here to make wishes. And what do you wish for? Father Creator asked. I wish to be even more beautiful so I can get this ladybird I like, said the peacock. And I wish to be even more kind and loving so this ladybird will like me instead, said the turkey. Well, I'd love to give you these gifts, but I can only do it together with Mother Creator. But you're the almighty Father Creator, said the peacock. Do you not have the power to create this without her? Before the beginning of time, there was nothing, said the father. Then came the 4 elements, earth, water, wind, and fire. They created the sun, the sky, the earth, and the ocean, which in turn made me a Mother Creator. I created the mushrooms, she created the plants, and together we created all the animals. And only together can we change animals. Okay, so we can go to the river and talk to her for you. I'm sure we can make you friends again, said the turkey. Ha! Impossible. Once that chick has made up her mind is made. If you make us friends again, I will give you, peacock, the most beautiful feathers of all birds, and you, turkey, the kindest heart of all birds. Great! We will reunite you in no time, said the peacock, and the 2 young birds ran to the river. There they found Mother Creator, to them in the shape of a white swan with flowers in her feathers. She was swimming in the river, crying waterfalls. Hey there, gracious almighty Mother Creator, the turkey said. We just met Father Creator. We want to help you become friends again. Why are you so upset with him? Oh, my sweet ones, said the mother. Thank you for your kindness, but it's important he finds out by himself, and that's final. We'll tell him, the turkey said. And so they brought him the message, and he received it with a sigh. What to do with this woman of mine? Why is she upset? What did I do wrong? I feel so sad and alone. And with that said, Father Creator bowed his head in sorrow. The 2 young brother birds went back to the river and told Mother Creator about how sad and sorry Father Creator was. Well, he can be as sad and sorry as he wants. I'm still upset, Mother Creator cried out, the tear waterfall still pouring into the river. We'll tell him, said the peacock. And so they brought him the message, and he received it with a sigh. What to do with this woman of mine? She won't even tell me why. Not even a clue. Wait, can you tell her I'll do that thing she likes if she gives me a clue? Of course we can do that for you, said the brothers, and they walked back to the river. Mother Creator was still there, crying waterfalls. Oh dear, beautiful mother, we want to see both you and Father happy, said the turkey. Then the peacock gave the message. I'm so tired of feeling so sad and blue. I guess I can give him a clue. Here it is. The truth is blowing in the wind. The truth is blowing in the wind, Father Creator said when the brothers shared the message. What on earth is that supposed to mean? How is that a clue? Why does she have to be so mysterious and playful and somehow incredibly intriguing? No, I don't get it. And so the father sat down with his head bowed and released a single sigh of sorrow. Great. I'm never going to get my shiny feathers now, said the peacock. And I'm never getting my kinder heart, said the turkey. It wouldn't matter. She would still choose me, said the peacock. No, because I'm kinder and she deserves that, said the turkey. And like this they went on, arguing about which brother the ladybird would choose. And their arguing went louder and louder until Father Creator said, Enough! I don't really think any of you are getting the ladybird, because you're here talking to me when you should be talking with her, just like I'm here talking with you when I should be talking with Mother Creator. He stood up and went to the river. When Mother Creator saw him, she stopped crying. "My sweet, beautiful, precious flower," the father said to the mother. "I'm so sorry. No matter what I did to hurt you, I will make up for it, I promise. Just tell me what it is, and I promise that..." Promise. The wind was blowing in the trees, creating a soft lullaby. A light started shining from Father Creator's eyes. "I'm so sorry, my love. I'll take care of it right away," he said, and he flew up into the sky. "What's happening?" the peacock asked. "He finally understands," the mother said. As soon as this was said, Father Creator returned, turned to Mother Creator and said, "Again, my apologies that I forgot. I went to that desolate land now and put some spores to prepare the ground for the new forests. I talked with Father Sky. He is bringing some rain there." "Oh, thank you so much, my love. And I'm sorry I was so emotional." "No, it's okay. I understand. I promised I would do it, and then it completely slipped out of my mind. And I want to always keep my promises, especially to you." "Excuse me," said the peacock. "But speaking of promises, how about our wishes?" "Okay," said the father. "Peacock, you will have the most beautiful feathers of all birds. But these feathers come with self-obsession." The peacock accepted this and got his gorgeous feathers. "And you, turkey, will be the kindest of birds, but a heart this kind comes with an ugly face." The turkey accepted this and became the weird-looking turkey we know today. Both birds gave their deepest gratitude to their creators, who in turn gave thanks to them. The two brothers came back to their part of the forest, excited to show the ladybird their new gifts. They found her, and right away the peacock went over to show her his feathers. He was dancing and showing off their brilliant colors with all his might. In the meantime, the turkey was bringing all kinds of food to the ladybird, while saying to her, "I'm here for you. No matter what, just tell me anytime you need me, or if you just want me around. But if you want space, that's okay too. I respect your needs, and I'm here to listen." "Guys," she replied with a smile, "your feathers are very beautiful, and you are very kind. But I have a mate, a soulmate, actually." Ashamed and heartbroken, the two brothers walked away from the ladybird together. When they were well out of sight of anyone, they both cried more than they had ever cried before. They didn't say a word, they just cried and cried. And the mushrooms and plants heard the cries and told about them to the mother and father of creation. A rattling from the bush interrupted the brothers' crying. They held their breaths and looked towards the sound. Out of the bush came the first female peacock and the first female turkey. And the families these two brothers started live on to this very day. Oh, and Father Creator did that thing that Mother Creator likes. Chapter 2. The Egg. I am awareness. I am consciousness. I invented myself, time, and space. In these, I created everything else. Few things are more soothing than the sound of the ocean. Even the worst of worries can easily be blown away by the wind as the waves come in by the shore. Yet, the waves have not always been there. In fact, all the water on our planet used to stand completely still. The earth and the sky had, for a very long time, been together in a dance. They were perfect opposites, push and pull, and their attraction for each other was unstoppable. When the ocean saw this, she became furious with jealousy. How come they were dancing and enjoying each other's company, while she didn't have anyone to be with? In her rage, she jumped into the earth. She immediately regretted it, though, as she got caught in Earth's gravity, where she has been forever since. For the Earth, it didn't make much difference. She kept on dancing with the sky, happy and in love, while the ocean saw it all in despair, frozen, and so very lonely. The Earth and the sky tried to cheer her up by saying that one day she would be with her perfect partner too. And this made the ocean even more angry, because what could those two possibly know about that? They turned out to be right, though. After what had felt like forever, there was a distant light appearing, the first spark of the sun. The spark became a fire, growing larger and larger, until it was so large that it pulled the earth, sky, and ocean into its orbit. As the light of the sun touched the ocean, her anger faded right away. To her, it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen and felt. She blushed so much that her eyes melted into water, and she started singing of joy, so the water started moving around the planet. And the sun heard the song, and he was captivated. He stared at the ocean, mesmerized by her beauty, and decided he would take care of her and protect her forever. So the sun kept the earth, sky, and ocean in its orbit, so they could all dance and sing together for eternity. The dance between the earth and the sky got so close that from their essence they made Father Creator, who made the mushrooms and sent their spores with the wind to cover the planet. The love between the sun and the ocean grew so big that from their essence they made Mother Creator, who made the plants and spread their seeds near and far. The mushrooms prepared the ground for the plants, which in turn prepared the ground for more mushrooms. This perfect symbiosis made them quickly spread to the entire planet, filling it up with more kinds of crazy mushrooms and plants than you could ever imagine. Eventually, there were so many plants and mushrooms that the sky couldn't see the earth and the sun couldn't see the ocean. So the sky and sun told the creators that they had to remove some of these plants and mushrooms. The creators didn't have the heart to harm their children, but they agreed to make creatures to eat plants and mushrooms and keep the balance. For the first time, the mother and father came together and made the very first egg. They held the egg in between each other and imagined together what would be inside it. And that's how they made the first jellyfish. The jellyfish made 7 eggs, which contained the first fish, mammal, amphibian, mollusk, insect, spider, and bird. Each species made to keep the balance of the different dimensions of our planet. The creators made a male for all these animals, and for the jellyfish, and they formed families and spread across the planet to eat mushrooms and plants. And the one thing they all still have in common is that they are all formed in an egg. The sun and sky were pleased, as they could finally see their beloved earth and ocean again. But mother and father creators started getting worried when they saw how fast these animals were eating up the plants and mushrooms. So they made the first predators to eat other animals, making sure that the plant and mushroom life would go on and flourish. The creators were sitting in the forest thinking about new designs for animals. They had just come up with the first lion, which sat down by them, purring. "That's a cute little monster there," Father Creator said, petting the lion on the mane. Mother Creator stared with blank eyes out into the air. "Did I say something wrong?" "No, it's just, that's all we've been making lately. Monsters." "Ah, they're not so bad," Father Creator said and scratched under the lion's chin, and the lion lifted its head and purred louder. "Not so bad. We started out making beautiful, pure, peaceful beings that live together in harmony. And now we are just making creatures to eat those creatures. And then some are so good at it that we need to make creatures to eat the creatures that eat the creatures. Ah, come on. We made some pretty amazing creatures. Yeah, like the dinosaurs. Remember how they almost destroyed everything, so we had to ask our parents to help with destroying the dinosaurs? The dinosaurs were maybe a bit too much. But hey, what about the koala bear? I know you love the koala bear. I love all of them, my dear. That's why I can't stand to see all this pain, fear, and suffering. They're all our children. They're all here just fighting for their lives, never knowing if they will live another day. And why? Why do we keep doing this? This is why. Father Creator had stopped petting the lion, and he started pushing its head towards him, looking for more cuddles. They think, they feel, they love, and they are so happy for their short little lives on this planet. All this pain, fear, and suffering, it doesn't take away the fact that it's wonderful to be here in this beautiful paradise we created. And though every life brings death, every death also brings life. We have a closed cycle, a perfect symbiosis between all our creations. I don't believe there is anything this amazing anywhere. Mother and Father Creator embraced each other, and for the very first time, they made the world's very first kiss. Chapter 3: Humans. The sky had seen that his daughter was sad over the need to create monsters, and he grew restless. He wanted her to rejoice over the life he had given her, so he took to watching the animals they had made, looking for the most compassionate. However, it seemed like they were all only looking after their own survival, and some the survival of their own kin. So the sky grew more restless, and with time he covered the world with powerful storms. That was way before humans were driving, cooking, and building things. It was even before humans could talk. Back then they were mostly traveling in small groups from place to place, eating what they could find of fruits, berries, and edible plants. At night they would all gather and sleep in a big pile to keep each other warm. One small group like this was walking along the river, scouting for food and possible predators, the wind blowing harshly towards them, a big dark cloud closing in. A young couple was walking side by side, laughing and pushing each other back and forth. The pushing got stronger and stronger until the woman accidentally pushed the man to step on a snake, which directly bit the man in the leg. He screamed out in pain, and the entire group turned around just in time to see the snake slide into the bushes. They recognized this snake. They knew the man would get weak and slow and die within 3 days, so they kept walking. The woman, though, stayed. The man made signs for her to go with the group, but she couldn't. She loved him too deeply, so she insisted on staying while everyone else walked away. The dark cloud was coming over them, rumbling its warnings as the group disappeared beyond the horizon. The woman lay down, hugged the man, and started singing softly, along with the sound of the river. He stopped his moans of pain, and his breath slowed down. The song was so beautiful that always more birds came to sing with it, and a deer stopped in his path to sit down and listen. A strong wind flew by and heard the song. He was so touched by this loving melody that it flew to the sky and told about it. The sky went right down inside a single raindrop to hear it for himself. The raindrop landed right next to the lovers, and as the sky heard the song, he was filled with a sorrow greater than he had ever felt before. He knew they would not be able to make it on their own, and that the woman was risking her own life to stay there with a doomed man. This touched him deeply, and he sent the storm away and gifted the lovers a warm breeze. He wanted to understand this human better, so from the raindrop he grew a bush with big, juicy golden berries right in front of their eyes. No bush like this had ever been seen before or after. The humans looked at each other and decided this was a divine gift. They were both hungry and ate these delicious seedless berries with great pleasure. And a divine gift it was indeed, because these berries gave them words. A new light was shining in their eyes. As the berries explained, they were both given the same language, the speech of the divine. "Do you understand me?" the man asked. The woman nodded. "Why did you stay?" "Because I love you, and I will stay with you to the very end." And then they lay there in each other's embrace, finding all these new ways to express their love for each other. They told each other stories and memories, and they dreamed about the world and what might be out there. And the sky saw and heard it all from the bush next to them. And as he observed the lovers, his mood grew better and better, and the winds calmed down around the entire world. The storms were parting, and for the first time in forever, the sun was shining on a blue sky. The sun was soon heading towards the horizon, though, and the night would bring out the predators. Usually they were safe in a group, but two people would be an easy target for a hungry wolf bear or another meat eater. The lovers had no time for fear, though. They embraced each other and told each other stories and dreams. The sky left the bush, and in the same moment, the bush withered and died. He hurried to the sun and told him about the lovers. He said the night would be dangerous for them. "Yes, I saw it all. How could you give the gift of words to these humans? They are not ready for this power," the sun said. "Of all animals, these seem to be the most selfless and caring. They gave hope to me, and I want to give hope to them," the sky replied. "Well, I do appreciate your storms calming down, so does the ocean. Okay, let there be hope." The lovers watched the setting sun in all its might and beauty. They agreed that it was the most spectacular sunset they had ever seen. And just before the last light of the sun went down on the horizon, the bush the sky had just left started burning. The lovers went silent and stared in awe at the fire. "Feed me," the fire said, sending a spark towards a dry twig nearby. The twig started burning, and the woman picked it up and threw it into the fire. "Thank you," said the fire. "Now if you keep me warm, I will keep you warm. Keep feeding me, and I will keep predators away." "Are you the sun?" the woman asked. "Yes," the fire replied. The humans gave their deepest gratitude to the fire, and they kept on feeding it all night. And so the fire kept its part of the deal and kept them warm and safe. Any predator that passed by and saw the fire kept its distance until the sun once again rose. "Good," said the fire to the humans. "Now get some water from the river and put me out. I will return to the sun and watch over the earth. But fear not, I will teach you how to bring me back any time you need me." The fire taught the humans how to make fire in a safe way so it would not harm nature. "Good," the fire said again. "Now you have this power. This is the power to create and destroy. It can keep you warm and safe, or it can burn down entire forests. I trust you with this power because you create hope for this world. Please use it well." The lovers promised to use this power only for good. "Good. Now throw the water on both fires." Once again, the lovers gave their deepest gratitude and threw the water on the fires. With this new knowledge and their flint stones at hand, they were ready for the next night. The woman looked at the man's leg with worry. It was blue up to the knee. "If this is my last time here," said the man, "I want it to be a good time." "What do you think is after death?" asked the woman. "I don't know," he replied. "But I think not knowing makes it more interesting, like a great adventure awaiting." She went back into his arms, and they enjoyed the silence for a while. In the meantime, the earth and the sky were in a loving embrace. "Oh, my love, it's so good to see you so happy," the earth said. "Well, nothing makes me happier than love," said the sky replied. "I fear, though, that the man will die from the snake's bite, and that my hope will die with him." "Not necessarily, my dear," said the earth. "Maybe I can help with that." The earth found a rabbit nearby the human lovers and asked for permission to give a message to them through it. The rabbit had heard about the lovers from the birds and was happy to help. The earth went to the couple through the rabbit, and it told them that there was a plant that could cure the snake bite. The woman had nothing to lose, so she went with the rabbit, which showed her a flower which she had to chew and spit out and put on the wound. "And look," the rabbit said, "in these old flowers you have the seeds. You can plant these in the soil and water them to grow more of this plant. And you can do this with any plant. If you plant seeds from all the plants you eat, you will eventually have so much food that you don't know what to do with it." The woman bowed in gratitude to the rabbit, which bowed back. "Now you know what to do. I wish you the best of luck," the rabbit said, and hopped away into the forest. The woman took the plant and brought it back to heal her man. She chewed on the flower, spit it out, and put it on his wounds. I feel I want to point out that you can do this with some plants, but many plants are better not to chew. She went back into his arms, and they lay there looking at the clouds slowly blowing by in the shapes of fish, animals, and other strange things. "Do you think the plant will work?" the woman asked. "You mean the plant the rabbit showed you through a language we got from a magical bush?" I think it will. While we have been here, I've seen so many things I could never have imagined. So much wonder I can't explain. It all gives me hope." "You give me hope." So they talked about the future and what they wanted to do with it. They talked until the sun went down, and they made another fire. They kept turns on sleeping and keeping the fire going until the sun came up again. At dawn, the leg was back to its normal color, and the pain was gone. The couple danced, laughed, and howled with joy. Now they could live together and be in love. They ran to the river and bathed away all the fears of yesterday. Hope had won. Life went on. After bathing, they were laying together at the river bank, looking at the sky, hearing the river flowing by. "Maybe we can still reach the others if we get walking," the man said. "You think so? They must be quite far away by now," the woman replied. "Hey, I've been watching you," said the river. "And I haven't seen love like this in a long time. So I will teach you a secret which will help you reach the others quickly." The river taught them how to make a raft from dead wood and vines, so they could float downstream and meet their group. Now that the man was healed, they worked quickly together and made a decent raft. They put it in the river and went on. With a slow but steady acceleration, the raft was taken by the current, and they went downstream. Along the way, they saw all kinds of animals, big and small, living their lives along the river, playing and rejoicing in the shining sun on the blue sky. It was a pleasant and joyful ride, and the smiles of the lovers made the time fly by. They barely noticed that the sun was lower when they finally found their group of people walking along the river. And they could not believe their eyes, as the couple left behind without hope came floating down with a certain glow. The lovers taught the rest about language and fire, and planting seeds and building rafts, and together they became the first tribe, floating on the rivers, spreading the knowledge amongst all humans in their path. When they came to the ocean, they built a bigger raft, and they sailed to keep sharing these divine gifts with the rest of humanity. And forever since, thanks to the first tribe, humans have been talking, making fires, planting seeds, and building things. The hope kept on growing, and the elements were pleased, and the lovers lived together for the rest of their lives in happiness and harmony. Chapter 4. Roclo the Monster Slayer. The first tribe ended up in the Amazon, which was mostly a desert at the time. But they had brought with them seeds and had studied ecosystems from all over the world. They knew what plants to grow together, in what kind of ground. They knew what seeds to plant where and when. So with their knowledge, they planted a forest of food plants stretching so far you could never see the end. The trees brought the rain, and wind and animals brought more seeds. So the Amazon grew and grew. And there the first tribe lived for many generations in peace with nature, eating from their abundance of fruits and edible plants, telling stories around the fire at night, and sleeping in caves. The first tribe thrived well, grew and spread all over the jungle. Different tribes told each other different stories around the fire, and through the generations the tribes' differences grew as well. One tribe was standing out in particular. They were known around as the Mees, because they were all going around saying me, 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 me. A popular story told around the fire of the Mees was that of Rockel the Strong, from a wandering tribe who was attacked by a bear and defeated it with his bare hands. The bear's cave was a huge one, and the tribe lived there for a long time under the protection of Rockel, who would chase off every predator with his fearsome roar. Rockel the Strong grew very old, but he did in the end die. And when he did, a big bear chased the tribe out of the cave, and they were forced out into the forests, now under the protection of Rockel's son, Roclo. Roclo had known his whole life that he was destined to carry on his father's legacy. But he would do it even better, because he would slay all the beasts in the forest so he would be safe for his tribe, the Mees. And now he was faced with a task, finding a new shelter for the tribe. He was not yet ready to slay this bear, because though Roclo was brave and smart, he was not very strong. But he was indeed very smart, and he was Rockel's only son, so the tribe looked to him for answers. I know these lands. We must walk for countless days to find new caves. We can stay safe here if we chop down some trees and make our own shelter, stronger and smarter than any wild animal can enter, Roclo suggested. Fool, said an old woman with grey, big, bushy hair and only her two front teeth left in her mouth. The trees are our connection with our creators. If you chop them down, you will chop away our connection with the divine. It seems life has already cursed our tribe. We must take care of ourselves, and these trees will die one day anyway, replied Roclo. The majority of the tribe agreed with this, and they chopped down the trees they needed to make shelter. They made it strong and smart, and no wild animals could enter. And so the Mees thrived and grew until they didn't have enough shelter for everybody. So Roclo suggested that they could build more shelters for the tribe. The majority of the tribe agreed with this, so they did. They liked their shelters, but the Mees were arguing a lot, as they had a tendency to steal from each other. The tribe looked to Roclo for answers, and he suggested they could build a private shelter for everyone, so they could all keep their things safe there. The majority agreed with this, and they built private shelters for everyone. The tribe thrived and grew, and they built more shelters for the new villagers. With time, they cut down a lot of trees. The two-toothed old woman stood in front of Roklo in all her fury. "What have you done, you fool?" she said with a voice raspier than a crow's. "We could have just found new caves to live in, and instead you have killed countless innocent trees and turned this place into a pimple on the forests." "I have kept the tribe safe, you crazy old witch," Roklo replied, "and I will do anything in my power to carry on my father's legacy and keep the tribe safe." "You have done unspeakable things, and this tribe has become a pack of monsters just like you. Heed my words. There will be a day when you regret your actions, and for that day I wish upon your mercy." With these words, the old woman turned around and walked away to join a small group of people from the tribe who had all agreed to leave and find a new tribe to live in. Roklo just laughed at the old woman, but he could not stop her words from spinning in his head. The plants in the area around the stumps of the trees withered and died, as they were dependent on the shade of the trees and the humidity by their roots. So the land of the Mies dried out and made way for rough plants with thorns and poison. None of the seeds the Mies had would grow along with these plants, so they ripped them out and planted seeds in the bare ground. But the thorny plants kept coming back and taking over the ground, so the Mies had to keep fighting to protect their food. In addition, they had to go further and further to forage food, and the Mies were growing restless. One day the village was attacked by a pack of huge hungry wolves. Most people ran into the safety of their homes, while Roklo led some volunteers to chase away the wolves. They came out with their arms up in the air and were screaming and howling at the wolves, but the wolves were too hungry to be frightened. They circled around the Mies and growled and snared and flared their sharp teeth. The Mies froze as the wolves came closer and closer. Roklo slowly bent down and picked up a fist-sized rock. He screamed and threw the rock at the wolf in front of him. He quickly got down and picked up the next rock, threw it and continued. The wolves were confused and the other Mies also got to throwing rocks. The wolves yelped and ran away, but the Mies kept on throwing the rocks and killed some of the wolves. Roklo found the biggest wolf corpse and said, "I will wear the fur of this one to show the world my power. We don't need strength to slay the monsters and keep our people safe. We only need tools." The rest of the Mies bent down to Roklo, amazed at his wisdom and strength. That day, Roklo became a hero to the Mies. He hadn't just protected them, he had shown them how to protect themselves. The rest of the day, he got praised and thanked as he was flaying the wolf skin and making himself a cape with the wolf head as a hood. Wearing this trophy, Roklo felt mighty indeed. But as the night came and he was laying in his bed, the old woman's words kept spinning in his head. "There will be a day when you regret your actions." The next morning, Roklo decided the predators had stalked humans long enough. They would create tools designed to slay beasts, and he and some brave volunteers would bring down every monster in the area so they could all be safe. The majority agreed, so they made the world's first weapons and gathered a group of the world's first hunters. Together they slayed all predators in the area and returned to the village's cheers and praise, carrying the skins of wolves, bears, pumas, snakes, and all the dangerous animals they had encountered as trophies for their glorious victory. But the soil in their area grew drier and drier. It became harder and harder to keep their food plants alive. They had to go even further to forage food, and the Mies grew more and more restless. The words of the old woman kept spinning in Roklo's head. For that day I wish upon you mercy, she had said. Well, what did she know? Since there were no more meat eaters in the area, there were eventually a lot of plant-eating animals around. They eventually ate all the plants they could in the surrounding area, so they went to the crops of the Mies. The Mies woke up one morning to see that their food fields were full of cows, goats, pigs, and chickens, which had eaten most of their crops. They were just about to run out of food, so the Mies started to panic. They turned to Roklo for answers. I put meat from the wolf on the fire, and the smell called me to eat it. It was delicious and empowering. So here the problem is the solution. We shall catch these animals, cook them on the fire, and eat them. The majority agreed to at least try this, and that night they cooked meat for the entire tribe. They found it delicious and praised Roklo for his wisdom and strength, and for once again saving the village. Yet, the old woman's words kept spinning in his head. Time went by and the Mies thrived and enjoyed their homes and their cooked meat. They caught all the animals they could in the area and kept them in cages for when it was time to eat them. The animals that did not get caught ran far away and told all the animals they could about the terrors of the Mies. So as the time went by, the Mies didn't have more animals to eat, and with no animals in their area, the rest of the plant life around eventually withered and died. Roklo was an old man by that time, and one night he was lying in his bed, completely unable to sleep. The old woman's words had been spinning in his head for years, and they had indeed started to grow on him. He had kept his tribe safe for all this time, but he saw that, in the end, he had still failed them. They were running out of food, and his people were leaving. And he had seen how they had become violent and dishonest. If they had just found new caves so long ago, maybe they would not have suffered so much. This night, he did feel a huge regret from his actions. The door opened, and into his room there entered a beautiful woman with white hair covered in flowers. "Roklo the Monster Slayer," she said. "You are known far and wide. Words have spread all over the world about the monster in the dead woods, about the human in his tribe which kill every living thing they see." Roklo was stunned. He just sat there on his bed with his mouth hanging, his eyes staring, and his heart beating fast from the words of this stunning being. Humans were a symbol of hope for all life, and even for its creators. That's why you were given these divine gifts of knowledge, which make you incredibly powerful, and your tribe has used that power only to destroy. Who are you?" he replied. "I am your creator." "Why did you leave us?" "No, it was you who left me when you made life your enemy." Mother Creator stepped over to Roklo the Monster Slayer and hugged him. Roklo cried in shame and regret for all he had done. He begged for her forgiveness and mercy, and she hugged him harder. "You are all still my children. I will give your tribe one more chance. I will create a plant that can quickly fill up your area and prepare the soil for reforestation. This plant will be the most nutritious of all plants for humans and will have a defense mechanism so only humans will eat it. They will be strong and grow and spread quickly, and they will grow everywhere humans go." She created the stinging nettle and had it grow all over the area of the Mies. To eat it, you just have to cook it a bit. Now the rest is up to you. With this, your tribe doesn't need to eat more animals. Let the animals go back to their lives and see the forest be born again around you. This forest was made by your ancestors. Go back to the old ways of your species in harmony with your surroundings and bring forth hope again. Roklo cried, thanked her, and promised he would bring forth her message. They didn't speak more after that, but Mother Creator stayed with Roklo until he fell asleep. The next morning, Roklo was sure it had all been a dream, until he walked outside and saw the village full of nettles growing everywhere. Some villagers were walking around, ripping up the nettles, screaming in pain from their stings. A baby was crying in the distance, and a woman yelled out, "Oh, what is this new terrible plant now? Why is life so hard? What will be next?" And Roklo stood there, watching it all with a big smile. The old woman's voice was gone from his head, and for the first time in many years, he felt peace. He brought a huge pot and started picking as many leaves as he could from the nettles. He made a fire, put water in the pot, and started cooking. As expected, the tribe gathered by his home to find answers to this situation, and they were quite angry as well this time. Roklo told them what had happened last night, and that Mother Creator had given them another chance with an abundance of the world's most nutritious plant, the stinging nettle. He filled all the bowls he had, and someone brought bowls in for everyone to try. They all sat there, eating it with great pleasure, yum sounds going all over the place. Roklo kept on explaining that what they had to do in return was letting the animals go back to their lives and live in the ways of their ancestors in peace with their environment. "Let the animals go?" a woman said. "But they taste so good." "And they make us strong," said a man. "Are you crazy?" a little boy yelled out. The biggest, strongest man in the tribe stood up, threw his nettle soup bowl on the ground, and yelled out, "Is this the leadership this tribe needs? A crazy old man who wants us to let the animals go and eat just this green little plant? Or someone strong who thinks about what is best for this tribe?" "We caught these animals! They belong to us!" a very old man cried out. The big man walked in front of the people, standing strong and proud. "Who wants to let these animals go and just eat stinging nettles?" The entire tribe started booing. "Who thinks that Roklo the Monster Slayer has been leading this tribe for long enough?" The entire tribe started cheering. "Who think it's time Roklo finds himself a new nettle-loving tribe?" The tribe cheered, so they were jumping with excitement, and they got together and pushed Roklo to the end of the village. Roklo was in tears as he looked back at his beloved tribe, which had banished him. He kept going forward, though, as he knew it was all his own doing. He had created this monster of a tribe, and he had failed Mother Creator in taming the beasts. He knew there was no way he could go back, so he just had to keep going forward. He walked for 3 days, during which he saw the most beautiful landscapes unfolding around him. It had been many summers since he had seen these many plants, and the further away he walked, the more the world seemed colorful. He stayed awake by the fire for 3 nights, under the most glorious starry sky. He did not eat at all during this time. The further he came from the village, the more animals he saw, which he hadn't seen for a very long time. They would sometimes make him forget about his worries for a moment. The most beautiful landscape of them all was the sunrise after the 3rd night. He came to a cliff and looked down on a big field of flowers of all kinds of colors. The birds twittered the most gorgeous song he'd ever heard in tribute to the rising sun. He looked towards the field, and tears filled up in his eyes from this astounding beauty. In regret for his entire life, he asked for this to be his last moment, and a pack of wolves came to him. They were the spawn of the wolves who survived Roklo all these years ago, and they were hungry and ready to eat. "Thank you," Roklo the monster slayer said, and closed his eyes. Chapter 5. Turia the All-Knowing. Did you know there is an immortal type of jellyfish on our planet? When it gets hurt or threatened, it transforms all the cells in its body and turns itself into a polyp. In this state, it regenerates and heals until the polyp is ready to shoot out several new jellyfish. And like this, the phoenix of the sea lives its eternal life. Few people know this, and even fewer know that this jellyfish is one of our planet's most powerful protectors. In the middle of the great jungle of the Sahara, there was a sacred valley. It started high in the mountains, with a great waterfall coming out of a hole in the mountain wall, making a wide river go down all the way to the ocean, in perfect line with the rising sun. Along the river, there were hot springs, surrounded by a dense vegetation of all kinds of trees and plants, and more different types of flowers than anywhere in the world. On the hills and cliffs next to the river, there were lots of caves of all sizes. Some caves housed people, while others housed birds, cats, or other animals. This valley was a sanctuary for all creatures, an oasis of life, so it was widely known as paradise. People would come from all over the Sahara to paradise, especially during the full moon, to see how the moonlight reflected on the river and shed a dancing blue light on its surroundings. During this time, the whole valley was drumming, dancing, and chanting. They were chanting for good health, good weather, good luck, prosperity, unity, and so on. And every full moon at the top of the valley, nearby the first waterfall, there was a long line of people waiting to give a gift and seek counsel from Turia the All-Knowing. Those who looked into Turia the All-Knowing's eyes would see they were completely white. She was born blind. As for compensation, though, she could see the thoughts and emotions, not only of other people, but also of the plants, mushrooms, and animals. So though she could not see like you and me, her brain still created an image of the world for her. She had never seen colors, but she could perceive colors that most people's eyes couldn't. She noticed how thoughts and ideas tended to travel from person to person as if they were personas of their own. She called these personas spirits, and dedicated her life to exploring them and creating a deeper understanding and connection between them and her people. One full moon, she was sitting at her normal spot, leaning against a big oak. Its roots were deep, and the tree had seen many full moons indeed, even more than her. It comforted her and supported her as she was centering herself amongst the sea of thoughts and emotions from the crowd gathering in front of her. They were more than she had ever spoken to, and they were all excited to hear what she had to say. She could not see the moonlight reflecting in the water of the lake, and they could not see the colors and patterns forming in her mind. She took a deep breath and felt her heart in her chest. It had a beat as steady as her breath, and she smiled. Silence grew in the area for a while, and she took one more deep breath before saying calmly but loudly, "Welcome, dear friends. Many of you have been here before, and some are new to me, and all are most welcome." She took a deep breath again, feeling the silence of the crowd. "I'd like to invite someone new to come forth and ask me anything you'd like. An eager fellow jumped up with a smile and danced over to Turya. "You're in love," she said directly, "and she loves you too." The young man blushed and nodded, and Turya smiled at him. "What is your question, my boy?" "Well, how can I be the man she deserves?" "Only she can tell you, and she will. All you must do is listen when she talks from day to day, from moment to moment." He smiled and nodded and added, "What's it like in the spirit world?" "Usually it's beautiful, and sometimes it's scary. It's definitely never boring. There are all kinds of spirits living inside of our memories, deriving from different ideas and concepts. You see, we don't make ideas. They come to us. They're as alive as we are. They come together and have children, just like us." "Where do they come from?" Turya smiled at the boy. "The first ideas to form were curiosity and fear. Curiosity had the desire to explore, experiment, and expand into the unknown. Fear, on the other hand, wanted to stay safe inside what it knew. So curiosity made the future, while fear preserved the past. Imagination and memory, time and space. Inside of time and space, they made love and hate, good and bad. From these ideas derived all other ideas, even the idea of us meeting here in paradise under this oak next to this waterfall. And all ideas are still a part of the original ideas of curiosity and fear. We are here, right at the center of it, and each one of us is part of it as much as it's a part of us." "So you say there was nothing before curiosity and fear?" "Well, there was probably something. But without curiosity and fear, would that something be aware of its own existence?" The young man went back to the crowd. Some were still standing, but most were sitting in the grass at this point. "Are there any other newcomers who would like to ask something?" Turya asked the crowd. A young girl walked slowly up, looking at her feet the whole way. As she came up to the wise one, she hesitantly looked up and met Turya's eyes. The moonlight reflecting in the water made her white eyes look like they were made of a pure blue shining light. The young girl gasped. "I can feel you, my child. You had a lot of misfortune in your life." The girl nodded. "Misfortunes are reminders of the promises we broke. There is something you need to do, something you know you need to do, but you keep on finding excuses not to. Once it's done, you will see your luck changing." "I can't. I'm not strong enough," the girl almost whispered out. "Inside of you there is infinite potential and infinite power," Turya replied. "It is up to each one of us to learn how we can use the power to serve our best potential and to serve our surroundings." "How?" "Do what you want to do. Don't do what you don't want to do. And like this, you will live the life you want to live. And when you are who you want to be, you can help other people do the same." With wet eyes, the young girl went back to her seat in the grass. Turya closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She felt a desperate sorrow calling in the distance. "I feel something," she said. "I'm sorry, but I need to meditate. I must take a closer look." With that said, she leaned back towards the tree and focused on breathing deeply and calmly. When she had a steady calming rhythm in her breath, she put all her attention on the distant sorrow and came to a vast forest very far away. In one particular part of the forest, there were trees crying out for help as humans were chopping them down. Among the humans there, she noticed that a spawn of fear and hate had densely populated the space among this tribe. Cold shadows lurking around, whispering bad ideas to the tribesmen. The shadows had seen her the moment she arrived. Several of them burst towards her, howling out a shivering screech. She took her hands towards her chest, took a deep breath, and whispered the name of her guardian, Dorni. A colony of tiny, white, shiny jellyfish came rushing out of her heart. They gathered around her, making a protective bubble that hate and fear could not penetrate. One tiny shadow got past the barrier, though, and went straight into her head. She gasped for air and pushed it all out, bursting away from that place and out into space. There the mandalas of life were drifting about, gliding in and out of each other to experiment with different shapes and colors. They were far from the shadow creatures now. I need to do something, Turya muttered out. I agree, Dorni responded. But first you should prepare. If you lose yourself in this hate and fear, it could be disastrous. A small fear got past the barrier. We need to locate it. And then what? Turi asked. And then we will know. But first you should eat, rest, and prepare. And what about the people? They will want answers. We must not bring this fear to them. We can't speak of this. But shouldn't they know the truth? Of course, but at the right time. Are you really Dorni? Dorni's light started fading. Your heart knows, Dorni replied. Turya took a deep breath and felt her heart. A calming light was filling the space between her heart and Dorni. Yes, you are. Thank you for your presence. Always. The light of the jellyfishes shone more brightly again. Not a single person had left the crowd when Turya opened her eyes again. In fact, there seemed to be more people there. Turya was lying next to the tree with her face down. How did she get there? She moved her fingers and toes, then her arms and legs, and she sat up straight. There was soft mumbling coming from the crowd, and they were all looking at her, most of them holding their breaths in expectation. There is something of great importance that requires my immediate attention, she said to the people. I need to prepare to go into deep trance and do urgent work in the spirit world. For the coming time, I will need complete silence. I don't know for how long. I welcome those who want to stay to bless me with their divine presence. But please respect that I need to be completely free of distractions. Now I will retire to my cave. Tomorrow morning, I will do a ritual in the pool by the waterfall. She grabbed her crooked wooden cane and walked up to her cave, where she ate and slept. That night she had dreams about chasing a small shadow, but every time she grabbed it, it just slipped through her fingers. Not a single person had left the spot under the oak when Turya passed by the next morning. Again, there seemed to be even more people. What's going on, O wise one? Can't you tell us something? A man asked her. I'm sorry. I don't know enough yet. I will tell you everything at the right time. But first, I must find out more. Can we do anything to help? Do what you feel is right. And no matter what, don't disturb my trance. The man offered his arm for support, and she gratefully accepted it. The whole crowd walked along in silence all the way to the pool by the waterfall. The sound of the waterfall was echoing in the mountainsides, filling the space. The sound was so strong that you could feel the vibration all the way to your bones. Some people picked up dry flowers along the way, which they put into the pool after getting a grateful confirmation from Turya. The man led her into the pool and supported her, until she had laid down. The temperature in the water was perfect, not too hot nor too cold. She felt the surroundings a bit and finally said, "Thank you all so much for your loving support. I don't know how long this will take, but I will let you know everything at the right time. I wish I could explain more, but it's important I begin as soon as possible." With that said, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The smell of flowers filled her up, and she felt at peace. She took another deep breath, and the memory of the shadow entering her brain arrived. She started whistling, calling upon peace and understanding in her mind. Peace and understanding answered her call, calmed her, and gave her focus. She looked into the memory, accompanied by a beautiful, soothing cloud of colors. She froze the image and went towards the shadow. As she came closer, she saw that as it touched individual jellyfish parts of Dorni on its way, their light faded away. "What do you think, Dorni?" "Look closer." She put all her attention on the tiny shadow and read its nature. It was made of distrust. She called on trust, which went into the shade. Together they formed balance, and Turia felt at ease. "That should do it," she said. "Are you sure?" a voice replied from inside her head. "I am sure." "Are you?" She felt a slight sting in her chest. The trust faded and the distrust expanded, and Turia's attention was brought to a window into the multiverse, a place in between worlds where you could see all kinds of alternative pasts, alternative presents, and alternative futures. It took her to a future where humans were keeping animals captive, breeding them for eating and entertainment. Where humans chopped down the food forests their ancestors had planted for their abundance and destroyed mountains full of caves to build houses and tools. Some of the houses they built were massive and stood empty, while in the same area you had people without homes. The tools they made were more often meant for destruction than for creation. They produced more food than they could eat and threw most of it away to the rats and cockroaches, while other people were starving to death. "Humans are a beacon of hope for the gods. Hope must never be lost," Dorni said. "This is just one of infinite possible futures. I go to the one where humans live in peace with nature and keep the balance." She took a deep breath, and this possible future faded away and changed to a future where people were taking care of each other and their surroundings. Where everyone shared the vast abundance nature provided for them and explored art, philosophy, and technology together in a beautiful utopia. "This is the future I choose," Turia said. "Please show me what I must do." She went from the futures to the presents. She saw how the hate and fear had spread across the world and were tricking people into doing unspeakable things. "All your life has led you to this moment," Dorni said. "You have the power and knowledge to fix this, but your body is limited. We must give you a body that can live forever, or at least until the job is done." "I will do anything." She sang a song calling upon Mother and Father creators and begged them to give her the body she needed to create this future. The creator hugged her and thanked her for her service to living things. "You will be a tiny jellyfish in the sea," said the mother. "Whenever you fear for your life, you can go back to your polyp state, the childhood, and regenerate your body, then multiply into several jellyfish, all part of the same macroorganism, with all your knowledge and memory stored within every jellyfish. In this form, you can stay safe and work in the spirit world until your job is done. Then we will restore you to your human form so you can live out the rest of your life." "But be aware," said the father. "When you come back, generations might have passed. If so, we can turn you into a child so you can start again. Turia the All-Knowing accepted this gift. Not a single person had left the site of the pool by the waterfall. In fact, there seemed to be more people there. They were all sitting in silence, waiting and listening to the waterfall. One elderly woman stood up from her sitting position and said, "Well, I'm not getting any younger. Why don't you kids tell me what happened later? I'll go have a bath in a hot spring." The young girl who had talked to Turia earlier stood up and looked at the elderly lady in disbelief. "Hush! The All-Knowing told us not to disturb her trance." All held their breaths and looked at Turia lying in the pool. She was singing a song in dedication to the creators and seemed relaxed and comfortable. "She's been singing all day. I doubt anything can pull her out of that trance now," said the elderly woman who was standing. "I've been here long enough, and I don't think anything is going to happen for a while. Have a nice evening, people." With that said, she turned around and started walking away. "What on earth?" an elderly man yelled out and pointed towards the pool. Turia the All-Knowing was gone. In her place was a colony of tiny, shiny jellyfish. A crack appeared in the rock between the pool and the lake, and the water poured out into the river, with the jellyfish on a voyage towards the sea. The people never got the answers they were waiting for, but the story of the wise old woman who turned into jellyfish has passed on from generation to generation. Over time, the details of the story changed from mouth to mouth. The name of Turia went through many transformations, until in the end it was forgotten. Her story was eventually passed down as a fairy tale and was soon to be forgotten as well. Her knowledge and wisdom, though, lived on forever and branched out into every religion and spirituality we have in the world today. Chapter 6: Dogs and Cats. It is said that a butterfly flapping its wings might start a hurricane on the other side of the world. The same idea might appear in two places at the same time. A message might arrive at its destination before its messenger. The wolves around the tribe of the Mies turned to the tribesmen for food, as eating their leftover was at this point much easier than finding prey. And being submissive to these barbaric humans was much safer than being aggressive. As the Mies destroyed their own lands, they decided to migrate to new lands. They conquered new villages and forced their way of life on whoever agreed to stay under their rule. The people who didn't want that were threatened and forced to leave, and so the fear of the Mies spread and grew all over the Amazon. And everywhere the Mies went, the wolves were there to eat their leftovers. In the meantime, on the other side of the planet, in the country now known as Egypt, there was a young girl known as Farah, walking in the forest, looking for some berries, when she heard a thin, high-pitched meowing coming from a bush. She bent down and saw 3 little kittens as small as her hands, looking at her with their big, beautiful blue eyes. They shook out of fear when they saw her and sent out silent hisses. "No worries, little ones," said Farah. "I don't eat cats." She bent up from the bush and continued looking for berries. The kittens got curious and started clumsily following the girl. She found some blackberries and started eating. One brave kitten walked right in front of her and sat down staring at her with fascination in its eyes. "I think you better go back to your bush. I'm sure your mama will be back any time," she said, going to some nearby blueberries. The brave kitten came directly in front of her again, sat down and stared at her. "It might be dangerous for little kittens out here in the open. I really think you should get back to your bush." The 2 other kittens also came in front of her and sat down staring big-eyed at her. "Okay, let's get you back to your bush," Farah said, carefully picking up the kittens and carrying them to their bush. Then she wandered off at a high speed to make sure they wouldn't follow her again. What she didn't know, though, is that by touching the kittens, she left her scent on them. And wildcat moms don't like human scent on their kittens. So when their mama came back a moment later, she smelled the scent of Farah and abandoned her kittens, moving on to new adventures. Farah came back, a lot of fruits and berries later, to find 3 little kittens running towards her. Come on, guys, we talked about this. It's better you stay in the bush. She stopped, and so did the kittens, sitting down on their bums, looking at her with their big shiny eyes. Okay, how about this? I'll wait for your mom with you, making sure you're safe. She sat down in the grass and engaged in a staring game with the kittens. How can you be so cute? She asked, and the kittens replied by coming up on her lap and laying up in a pile there. And you somehow just got even cuter. Time went by, the sun started getting low, and the kitten's mother was nowhere in sight. A wolf's howl was echoing from far away, while the kitten slept soundly in Farah's lap. I'm sure she'll be back soon. The bird started singing a song welcoming the coming sunset. Any time. The sun went down with another spectacular show with the most radiant pastel-colored clouds. The bird's sunset song eventually calmed down and was replaced by another wolf howl. This one was much closer. Okay, I think it's time to go. She put the kittens back in the bush with a lot of high-pitched complaints from the little creatures and started walking home. On the way, her mind was filled with an image of the adorable little animals sleeping so peacefully on her lap. Another wolf howl, even closer now. What if the wolves found the kittens and ate them? She stopped. She couldn't risk that. She ran back to the bush, picked up the 3 little ones, and ran all the way home. Safe in her cave, she lay down on her bed with the kittens on her belly. They piled up there and started purring. Like that, 3 kittens and Farah fell right asleep. The next morning, someone knocked on the door. Farah opened it to see that someone was Tut, a guy about her age who came to her almost every day with breakfast. I brought bananas, he said. Oh, wonderful, she replied. He came in and saw the kittens lying on her bed. I see we have company for our breakfast today. Well, it's a long story. What do you think their mom has to say about this? Well, she was not around all day yesterday. Maybe she was out hunting. There were wolves in the area, and these kittens kept on leaving their bush. I just wanted to protect them, Farah rambled. I see. Let's eat and bring them back to their bush. We can wait for their mom together, said Tut. Really? That sounds very nice. Later on, the kittens were playing in their bush, and Tut and Farah sat nearby eating some blackberries. What if she doesn't come? Tut asked. I don't think they would make it by themselves, replied Farah. Let's hope she comes then. All day went by, though, and the cat mom did not come. I bet they must be hungry, said Farah. What do kittens eat anyway, said Tut. At this age? Their mom's milk, probably. Well, that's a bit hard to get a hold of right now, though. But what if we can get some milk from another mother? That's absurd, Farah said. Is it? Do you have a better idea? Said Tut. Farah went silent. Why don't you just sit here and think about that while I go find some milk? Tut came back quite a while later, full of dirt and bruises and with a jar full of milk. Farah laughed in disbelief as he poured some milk onto a plate and put it in front of the kittens. They desperately threw themselves over it and drank it all right away, with little growls of pleasure. Tut poured another portion on the plate and explained. Can you believe it? The only mother I could find was a huge cow. It was really not easy to take this milk from her, And I must say, it was the strangest and most terrifying thing I ever did in my life. At least the kittens seemed to love it, Farah said. And indeed, they had already finished the second portion. Toot poured them another one. Yep, problem solved. All I gotta do to save their lives is risk my own. The kittens seemed satisfied after their third portion of milk and came out to the humans for some cuddles. The humans melted under their cuteness as they played with them and cuddled with them. The time just flew by and it was already turning towards evening again. This is the second day their mom hasn't come back. It doesn't seem like she's coming, Farah said. And even if she did, I don't know if she could take good care of these little babies. Oh, please don't say what I think you're gonna say. I feel a calling to take care of them. I could get the milk and a good, comfortable, safe life. And there you said it. I'm serious, Toot. She looked at him with a very serious face. Well, if it means that much to you, it means that much to me too. I'll help you take care of these babies. Farah's serious face turned into a big smile. But let's get moving though. It's getting late and I'm getting hungry. I could also really use a bath. Farah gave him a back-breaking hug, which he embraced and enjoyed. That night, Farah's bed was filled with 2 humans and 3 little kittens, all sleeping together in a pile. The humans kept giving the kittens cow milk, comfort and safety. When they ran out, or the milk went bad, they went to this mother cow to get more milk. The kittens grew so fast, you would think someone was blowing them up like balloons. Every day they seemed twice as big as the last, and somehow twice as cute as well. They cuddled and played, and both Toot and Farah were incredibly happy and blessed to have them there. One morning, a kitten brought a mouse in its mouth and dropped it on the floor. The mouse tried to run, but the cat jumped on it and started hitting it with its paws. It put the mouse in its mouth, shook its head with a growl, and dropped it on the floor again. The other 2 kittens woke up from their nap and joined in on playing with this poor little mouse. They seemed to have a lot of fun slowly torturing it to death, and the 2 humans watched it all from the bed in total terror. Should we do something? Toot asked. I don't know, Farah replied. It was already too late though. The mouse seemed to be finished, and one of the kittens finished the show by eating the mouse right in front of them. Then all 3 kittens jumped up to the humans for cuddles. I really don't know what to think or feel about this, Toot said, hesitantly scratching one kitten on the head. It closed its eyes and purred. I agree, Farah replied. It knocked on the door. Come in, Farah said, and it opened. In came her mother with some herbs in one hand and a jug of water in the other. Oh, I see you have some company. Should I come back later? She asked. No, that's okay. Please stay, Farah replied. But what is this? You're making friends with the cats? Farah told her mom the story from beginning to end, and she seemed to be in deep thought. I don't know about this, Farah. They're predators. Oh, but they're so small and cute. They couldn't hurt us if they wanted to. Look how loving they are, Farah insisted. Well, yes, but they are still predators. It seems you have already crossed some natural borders for these cats. She looked at the plate of milk. How many more will you cross for them? Silence filled the room for a bit. Ah, never mind me. You must do what you feel is right. I'll prepare us some tea, and let's talk about something else for a while. She made the tea, but they all found that, though they tried, it was difficult to distract their attention away from the kittens. Many days and nights passed, and Toot, Farah, and the kittens kept on living together in Farah's cave. The humans kept on bringing milk to the cats, but one day it seemed the milk was not enough for them. 2 of the cats ran to the plate of milk and started drinking, but one of them just sat in front of the plate and looked at the humans with an offended look on its face. What, you don't want the milk now? Toot said in disbelief. The cat smelled the milk and made a sound as if it would throw up. Then it looked from the bowl to Toot to the bowl to Toot. "Well, if you don't like it, you can go get your own food," the cat replied by going outside and running into the woods. It came a while later with a frog in its mouth, which it dropped on the floor. The two other cats jumped up and skipped towards the frog. "Oh no, not this again," said Toot, picking up the frog and putting it outside. All three cats ran after and stayed outside playing with the frog. The next day, none of the cats wanted the milk. As Toot poured it on the plate for them, they all ran outside to look for critters to catch. "It seems the milking days are over," Toot said. "They want meat now. Now all this milk will go bad for nothing." Farah looked at the plate of milk, looking for something to break the ice. "You know what? I dare you to drink the milk," she said. "What? A human drinking cow milk? That's crazy," he replied. "It's going to go bad anyway. And aren't you a little curious what it tastes like?" "No, I'm not. It seems you're curious, though. I'll tell you what. I'll try it if you do." So they both took a cup and filled it up with milk. "To curiosity," Toot said, raising his cup. "To curiosity," Farah replied, clinking her cup at his. They hesitatingly took a sip at the same time without breaking eye contact. "It's actually really not that bad," Toot said. "Yeah, it's quite sweet," Farah replied. They drank up their cups and felt it was also quite filling. "Well," Toot said, "we still have the jar full. We might as well drink it or it's gonna get spoiled." "I am a bit tired after all this caring for the kittens," said Farah. "It would be nice to not have to go look for food today." So that day they just stayed in the cave drinking milk while the cats were outside hunting. When the evening came, the cats came back and 3 cats and 2 humans laid on the bed sleeping in a pile. "I had a dream," Farah said to Toot the next morning. "It was so strange." "Really? Tell me about it," he replied. "I dreamt of a group of cats standing on a triangular house of rocks. The whole tribe was in front of the house, worshipping and praying to the cats." Toot burst out laughing. "You know, I think it must be the milk. I had a crazy dream last night too." "About what?" "I dreamt we killed a wild boar and fed it to the cats, then adopted the babies of the boar." They both laughed together for a while. "Maybe it's better we don't drink more cow milk," Farah said. "I agree," Toot replied. So they stopped drinking the cow milk, and life went on as normal as it could, considering the cats cleared the area of all critters smaller than themselves and stayed more and more outside. As you might know, cats multiply incredibly fast. 2 of the cats got pregnant, and who knows who the father was. 1 got 2 and 1 got 3, and as soon as the babies had grown up, new babies were made. Soon there were cats everywhere, and the neighbors started getting curious. Well, Farah's mother had told several people about Farah's adoption of the kittens, so as the word went around, more and more people came to Farah asking about the cats. The closer they came to her cave, the more cats were to be seen. Some thought a large number of cats was a sign of good luck, while others thought it was an omen. In the meantime, Farah started having dreams about the cats being worshipped every night. One day, the village council came knocking on her door. It consisted of 6 volunteers of different age groups who wanted responsibility for the common well-being of the village. She invited them in for some tea. Toot was there as normal and greeted the council. "I assume you're here to talk about the cats?" said Farah. "You assume correct," replied a council member. "They all seem to be attracted to you somehow." "Well, I opened my home to cats, and now it's full of them. I have no regrets, and I am grateful. The cats are very cute, but in this amount they are disrupting the ecosystem. The critters they eat insects which eat plants we eat. If we keep getting more cats here, we won't have food growing around us. We need to do something. The cats are attached to me. I will lead them away from our village, Farah said. I'm sure there's another way, said Tut. I must do this. Then I go with you, if you let me. They agreed, and so did the council. Tut and Farah packed their most important things, said goodbye to their closest people, and went off. The whole village had gathered outside Farah's cave and watched as a huge group of cats followed the two humans, walking towards the newly risen sun. This odd convoy followed the sun for a day and found themselves by a huge river. They made a fire at the riverbank and slept together, covered with furry cats. I think this should be far enough, said Farah. I agree, replied Tut. Tomorrow let's follow the river and look for caves. They agreed, kissed, and fell asleep in each other's arms and their furry purry blankets. That night Farah had the same dream as so many nights before, about the people praising and kneeling before the cats standing on the triangular stone house. After 3 days of following the river, they could still not find any caves. None of them had ever been this far away from the village before, and they grew worried. Tomorrow we will find a new place. I feel it in my heart, Tut said. Farah smiled at him. Now I feel it too. So the next day they kept following the river. The sun was preparing to go down again when they arrived at a site they never would have guessed. A rather big village of triangular houses made of stacked rocks. At the center of the village there was a pyramid 10 times bigger than any of the houses. Some villagers saw them coming, dropped what they were doing, and called out, every single one, "The prophecy! The prophecy! Everyone gather! It's time!" The villagers came out from everywhere, and they all came to meet the couple and their huge group of cats. These words kept being mumbled in the crowd as they looked at the newcomers. The prophecy. Excuse me? What prophecy are you talking about? Tut asked. An old man stepped out of the crowd and met them. I am the oracle of this town, and you are the chosen ones. It has been foreseen that one day humans will break out of balance with the rest of nature. Then other animals will try to intervene and work as ambassadors to bring us back home. And the first line of ambassadors will be the dogs and cats, incredibly emotionally intelligent teachers. I've been having dreams for years about your arrival and what it means. And what does it mean? Asked Farah. You are here to lead humanity back into balance with the rest of nature, and we are here to help you however we can. It is our destiny, the oracle replied. For years we have prepared for this moment. We even made a temple for you to live in with your cats, designed to get its inspiration from the heavens. Come, let me show you. They led them towards the temple, but before they could enter, a flying saucer appeared and hovered over the pyramid. A light beam burst from it, lighting in front of the humans and cats, and out of the light appeared 2 gray men. The men from the heavens, the oracle sang out, getting on his knees. The rest of the tribe got on their knees as well, and Farah and Tut followed. As the gray men spoke, it was with a voice inside the people's own heads. Even the cats could hear it and understand it in their own language. The word goes all over the west of the tribe which kills everything in its path, the great men said. One day, many generations from now, they will come here. The cats chose you to prepare the people to protect their lands and nature. They're attracted to you because of your unconditional love. That's why the 2 of you are the ones to receive and protect knowledge and raise a civilization so strong that the balance will prevail. Knowledge was spoken in Tut and Farah's heads after they promised they would tell it to none other than their own children, and that their children would have to promise the same to receive the knowledge. What that knowledge is, I don't know, and I probably never will. The gray man went back into the light and disappeared. The light went out, and the flying saucer shot into the sky and disappeared in a blink. Pharaoh and Tut became the first leaders of Egypt, and their families kept the alien knowledge and preserved this bond with the cats for millennia to come. Chapter 7. The Fig Wasp. Did you know that the fig tree is only pollinated by one type of insect, which also only takes pollen from the fig tree? It is a perfectly specialized symbiotic relationship between two species that cannot be without each other. And no matter where in the world you plant a fig tree, the fig wasp will find it. The mother and father of creation were looking at a wolf mother giving milk to her 3 little puppies. As they were drinking, she licked them clean and wagged her tail along with the tails of her babies. "Beautiful," said Father Creator. "I love how even the most feared predator becomes a sweetheart to their babies." "Just look how passionately she's cleaning them," replied Mother Creator. "It's like she found her sense of purpose in them." "You know, I just had an idea," said the father. The mother nodded with a smile. "What if we make a baby? We have a world full of babies." "Well, yeah, but not someone like us. What if we made a child in our own image? Someone who can help us with keeping the balance in the ecosystems?" "I'm not sure," replied the mother. "Don't you think it would be nice to have another creator around? Even a young one, which we can teach everything we know. I guess it would be nice to have some extra help around here. Someone who could see things from other perspectives than ours, and bring back the hope." The mother and father each took a piece of their own hearts, brought them together, and created a child in their own image. The child grew in the mother's womb, where it would stay and grow its own celestial body for 3 days. They predetermined the name of the child, Hope. They were so pleased with their idea that they shared it with the earth, sky, sun, and ocean, who were thrilled with the news and told it further to their friends. The news spread quickly about this new hope, and as it reached the spirit of hate, he was furious. He had been working hard to corrupt the humans and destroy hope, and he would not accept this new attempt to preserve creation. So while hope was growing in Mother Creator's womb, he came to the creators in the form of a dark shadow with glowing red eyes, saying, "The humans are mine. The world is mine, and this child will be mine too." Then he went away, knowing his seed of fear had been planted in the creators. Hope was born as a little girl, and the creators fell in love with her from the first moment. They raised her with love and care and taught her their ways. She grew from moment to moment, and within a week she was a young adult, ready to learn how to create. First, Mother Creator took her to the world to teach her how to make plants. She took her to a sterile swamp, almost empty of living things. "The plants are here to create oxygen, nutrients, and life for other creatures. Let's make a plant to benefit this environment and its beings. First we take a seed, and then you can imagine whatever kind of plant you want to grow and thrive here in the world," said the mother. "So I can make anything I want?" Hope asked. "Anything you want." Hope took a seed and created the first Venus flytrap, attracting insects with its sweet nectar, then trapping and consuming them. She was proud of her creation and looked to her mother for confirmation. The mother, though, looked at the design of this monster plant in terror and said, Oh, that's great. Can you explain this design to me? Well, the soil is almost dead, but there are so many insects around here, so I decided to feed off this abundance instead of competing for nutrients with the other plants. Oh, very good there, said the mother hesitantly. It was clear on her face, though, that she did not like the Venus flytrap very much. Next up, it was the father's turn to show her how to make mushrooms. The mushrooms are here to break down organic matter and recycle the nutrients for other living things. Look, here are the spores. You imagine what kind of mushroom you want, then you spread the spores on some dead wood, for example, so you can turn it into nutrients for the plants. And remember to make the mushroom on the diet of some kind of animal. Hope found a dead ant and spread her spores on it. Interesting. A fungus that eats dead ants, said the father. The mushroom then grew out of the ant's brain and spread its spores to living ants. It then took over their nervous systems and took control of the ants it came into contact with. It controlled these ants to find a high branch and bite hard on it. Then it consumed the rest of the ants' bodies and grew out of their brains, sending their spores down to more ants. The design sent shivers down the Father Creator's celestial spine. That's an interesting design there, love. Say, what's the idea behind it? He said. I thought that normally ants eat fungi, so I made the fungus to eat ants, Hope replied. Oh, well, very nice, my dear, very nice. So, when will we start making animals, Dad? Why don't you ask your mother? Mother Creator explained to a very disappointed daughter that it was better to practice making more plants and mushrooms first. So Hope made a bunch of different vines, cacti, and all kinds of poisonous plants and mushrooms, and each plant and mushroom she made was more freaky than the last. Can we start making animals soon now? She asked after making a tree full of spikes and exploding fruits. Soon, love, soon, said Father Creator. You're never going to teach me, are you? Of course we will. We just want to be sure you're ready, the mother said. But I made hundreds of plants and mushrooms. I'm ready. Soon, my dear, I swear, said the father. Fine, Hope yelled out and put her arms in a cross, her lip hanging. I don't like that tone, young lady, the father said. Hope sent out a small scream of frustration and stormed out into the forest and out of sight. I'm terrified of what she might create if we teach her about the animals, Father Creator said to Mother Creator. I'm not sure I want to ever find out, she replied. At that moment, Hope came marching back. You think I'm not ready? Well, that's okay, because I figured it out by myself, she said. What? The Creator said in choir. Yeah, it was easy. The plants come from seeds, the mushrooms come from spores, so of course the animals come from eggs. Even the mammals have eggs inside their bodies. The mother and father became speechlessly numb. Not ready, eh? Well, then let me introduce you to Mrs. Tick. She held out her open hand towards them, showing them a tick sitting there. It's a completely harmless creature. It just sucks out some blood from other animals. It doesn't kill anything. And look how weird it looks. But, honey, the animals need to kill other animals to balance the ecosystem, Father Creator said. Fine, so show me something that needs balancing and I'll think of something new. Hesitantly, they showed her a type of rat that was endangering other species. So, how much should I cut this down? Well, about 20%, I'd say. What do you think, sweetheart? The father said. Yeah, 20% seems right, the mother agreed. And like that, 20% of these rats fell and died. What was that? The father asked. A colony of bacteria that kills them from the inside. When it reaches the right population, the animals become immune to it, and the bacteria become harmless. They stay in the rats though, so if they threaten the existence of other species again, the bacteria will mutate again and reset the balance. Her parents looked at the scenery in terror. It's never good enough for you. You never like anything I make. They're designing and creating living things is the mother was interrupted by Hope, who finished her sentence. An infinite process of learning. I know. We have been doing this for a very long time now. You should listen to those who are older than you, Mother Creator calmly said. But you don't understand me. You don't understand anything I make. I love the things you make, the father bravely tried. No, you hate it. All of it, both of you. I can see it on your faces. No, you have some very original designs, said the mother. Liars, both of you. With that said, Hope ran into the forest again and out of sight. But this time she did not come back. She made a human body to hide in, and made lots of spells so her parents could never ever find her. The mother went to a river and cried waterfalls, and the father got accompanied by 2 little brother birds, asking him to grant them wishes. Hope ran as fast and as far as she could, until she came to a small waterfall filling up a rather big pond, leading into little rivers. She made her home in the waterfall and stayed there, making up all kinds of animals, each one more freaky than the last. All the animals that could give you nightmares just by looking at them were probably made by her. Mother and father creators, along with their parents, were all searching for Hope, but she could only be found if she wanted to, and she did not want to be found by anybody. One day, a man and a woman came to her waterfall, dancing, playing, laughing, and giggling. Hope looked at them from inside the waterfall and immediately fell in love with the man. The couple stayed there all day long, enjoying each other's company, and when the night came, they made a fire, kissed, and fell asleep in each other's embrace. Hope saw this as her chance to finally be alone with the man, and she entered his dreams. She met him in a field of flowers, and he gave her a smile. Hey, she said, my name is Hope, and I live in this waterfall. Hey, Hope, my name is Fig. You're very beautiful, he said. You really think so? Hope blushed, walking up to him and kissed him. He kissed her back, but eventually pulled back and said, I feel a bit bad about this. I understand this is a dream, but why am I not dreaming this about my woman, Karika, who I love so dearly? Well, I can bring her here, Hope said. What do you mean? Like this? She snapped her fingers, and the woman appeared in the dream. Now it's her dream too. She smiled as she walked up to Karika and kissed her. Karika kissed her back, and they all shared a romantic dream together in that field of flowers. The next morning, Hope woke the humans up with a smile and said, Hey there, lovers. I'm still dreaming, Fig said. Actually, no, this is real life. That's my waterfall, Hope said. The couple looked at each other in terror. Oh no, I know that look, Hope said. I just really like you, Fig. You make me so happy and I want to be with you. But I'm in love with Karika. I want to be with her. That's okay, she can be with us too. But I don't want to share, Fig, Karika said. Okay, I can fix this, Hope said and turned Karika into a tree. What? What are you doing? Fig screamed out. Now she can't be in the way of us being together. She's a tree. But I love her. What if I look like her? Hope changed her body to look exactly like Karika. Fig started screaming like a girl. Okay, fine. You can be with her, Hope said and turned Fig into a wasp. And like this, the first fig tree and fig wasp were made. And forever since, the fig wasp has only taken pollen from the fig tree, and the fig tree has only been pollinated by the fig wasp. and their sweet eternal love can be tasted in every fig. And what about hope? She became furious with all of humanity and decided to punish them by creating the mosquito, perfectly designed to be a perfectly annoying animal for humans, which can drive even the most practiced masters of Zen into madness. Hope kept on living in her waterfall, where she kept making all kinds of plants, mushrooms, and animals, each one more freaky than the last, and they all helped with balancing the ecosystems in ways her parents could never have thought of. Chapter 8: The Gods of the Sky and the Sun. "Hey, Sky, are you alright?" the sun asked the sky. "You seem a bit cloudy there." "Yeah," the sky said with a sigh, "I'm alright." "Come on, buddy. How long have we known each other? Tell me what's up." "Well, I was the first to give the humans divine knowledge, and now they are leading a war on the rest of nature, and even on each other. I feel guilty." "We all put our trust in the human, Sky." "No, son. You put your trust in me, and I failed you." Storm clouds started brewing around the world. "Making mistakes is a part of learning," the sun answered. "But maybe we can fix our mistake." "What do you suggest?" the sky asked. "How about we both choose a human to spread messages from us amongst their species? And to make it more fun, we can make a bet out of it. The one that first gets the humans back in balance with the rest of nature will choose one favor the other has to do." The storm clouds parted. "I like it," the sky said. "It's a bet." So the sun and the sky looked to all of humanity, to each choose a person who seemed most fitting to spread their messages. The sky wanted someone who was humble and kind and could relate to the common people. So he found a shoemaker in a small town who had spent all his life looking at his feet. One night the sky blew a breeze into his window while he was sleeping, and as the breeze passed by him, the wind entered the shoemaker's dreams. He was dreaming of a beautiful garden, full of all kinds of plants and animals. "Can you hear me?" the sky said. "Yes," the shoemaker replied, looking at the blue sky. The sky presented himself in the form of an old man and said, "I am the sky, and I have chosen you to be my messenger to humanity if you are ready for this task." "I am ready," he replied. "But how can I know you speak the truth? How can I know you are really the sky?" "For the next 3 days," the sky replied, "there will be a storm that comes with the sunrise and goes with the sunset. On the 3rd night I will return to speak with you again. Remember this dream." With that said, the sky left the shoemaker's dream. The sun wanted someone who was influential and resourceful, who could host big campaigns. So he chose the emperor of the biggest city on earth, though he was a cruel man. The sun's goal was to make him repent and change the ways of his people. One day the emperor stood on the porch of his temple, looking out over his empire, basking in his own glory. He was completely alone except for his loyal guard standing by the entrance to the terrace. The emperor took a deep breath, looked at the sun, and closed his eyes. At that moment the sun entered the emperor's mind. "Can you hear me?" the sun asked. The emperor did not reply. He opened his eyes, took another deep breath, and smiled out at the city. "I know you can hear me," the sun said. The emperor still did not reply. The sun sent out a small heat wave directed at the emperor, who fainted. The emperor found himself in a desolate desert, the burning sun high in the sky. The sun presented himself to the emperor as a burning man. "You're not real," the emperor said. "I am very real," the sun replied. "I am the sun, and I have chosen you to be my messenger if you are ready." "I bow to no one," the emperor said, "not even to the sun." "You will bow to me," the sun replied. "For the next 3 days, your village will have the warmest days in its history. After that, I will return, and we will speak again. Remember this vision, Emperor." And with that said, the emperor woke up on his porch again. "I've found my messenger," the sky said to the sun. "He is humble and kind, and he will be ready in 3 days." "I have found my messenger too," the sun replied. "He's influential and resourceful, and he will also be ready in 3 days." "So it begins," the sky said. "So it begins," the sun replied. After 3 days, the sky returned to the dreams of the shoemaker. It was in the same garden, and again the sky presented himself as an old man. "So," the sky said to him, "are you ready to be my messenger?" "Not only me, but my entire village," the shoemaker replied. "The storm passed after 3 days, like you said, and they are all ready to hear your message." "Very good. My message is, please take care of each other. Be kind to each other. Share freely in your abundance." The shoemaker bent down to the sky and cried. "Thank you so much," he said. "For the next year, your village will have the best food crops it has ever seen. Then I will return and we will speak again," the sky said, and left the dream. At the same time, the sun saw that the emperor was staying inside the whole day, hiding from him. When the night came, the emperor sat in front of his fireplace, staring into the fire. And through the fire, the sun entered his mind. "Can you hear me?" the sun asked. The emperor did not reply. "I know you can hear me." The emperor still did not reply. So the sun created a hallucination of the burning man walking out of the fire. The emperor looked to the exits, but they were all on fire. His loyal guards did not seem to react to this at all. "This is a hallucination," the emperor thought. "Quite right," the sun replied. "You have a sharp mind. You're strong and powerful. That's why I chose you." "What do you want from me?" the emperor asked. "I want you to bring my message to humanity, if you are ready." "Not only me, my entire city wants to know your message after the heat wave stopped exactly when you said it would." "Very good. My message is, take care of each other. Be kind to each other. Share in your abundance. The next year you will have the greatest food crops your city has seen in ages. Then I will return and we will speak again." With that said, the sun went back into the fire and left the emperor's mind. "I've shared our message," said the sun to the sky. "In a year, I expect huge progress in the biggest city on earth." "I've also shared our message," the sky replied. "I am actually feeling really excited." "Me too. Next step in a year. In the meantime, we have some work to do to make sure they have the best food crops they have seen in ages." A year later, the sky returned to the shoemaker's dream again in the same garden. "So, how has the last year been?" the sky asked. "We have taken care of each other. We have been kind to each other, and we have shared everything we had. And somehow this led up to that we had even the best food crops we have had in ages." "Sounds like a good year," the sky said. "It has been the best year of my life. I wish this to never end." "That's up to you. Here is my next message to you. Let all captured animals go. No creature is born to live its life in captivity. With this you will see your food crops blossom even more, and you will regain ancient knowledge your ancestors lost. I will return in 10 years. Remember this message. Remember this dream. With that said, the sky left the shoemaker's dream. At the same time, the sun found the emperor out on his porch, his eyes closed, facing the sun. "Can you hear me?" the sun asked. "Yes, loud and clear," the emperor replied, kneeling before the sun. "So, how has the last year been?" "We have taken care of each other, we have been kind to each other, we have shared everything we had, and somehow this led up to that we had the best food crops we have had in ages." "Sounds like a good year," the sun said. "It has been the best year of my life. I hope it goes on forever." "It can. It's all up to you. Here's my next message. Let all the captured animals go. No creature is born to live its life in captivity. With this you will see your food crops blossom even more, and you will regain ancient knowledge your ancestors lost. I will return in 10 years. Remember this message." With that said, the sun left the emperor's mind. "The message is well received," the sky said to the sun. "On my side as well," the sun replied. "This is where it gets really interesting." 10 years later, the wind returned to the shoemaker's dream in the same garden. "So, how have the last 10 years been?" "I'm afraid I failed you. They will not let the animals go. They say we need this secure abundance of meat. They say the animals need us and that they will not survive in the wild." "I know," the sky replied. "I have seen it. Here is my next message. The next year there will be no rain in your village. The year after there will be a never-ending storm. Then I will return and we will speak again." "Please, my lord, wait. I must ask, why do we always meet in this dream, in this garden?" "Because this is what we want to create." With that said, the sky left the shoemaker's dream. At the same time, the sun found the emperor hiding from him again. He spent night and day inside. He made no fires and kept his loyal guards close. For a moment, though, he peeked out of the window and looked at a star. And at that moment, the sun entered his mind. "Can you hear me?" the sun asked. The emperor did not reply. "I know you can hear me." "Yes, loud and clear," the emperor replied through gritting teeth. "Good." The sun climbed through the window again as the burning man. The guards did not react at all. "So, Emperor, how has the last year been?" "I have tried spreading your message, but they will not let the animals go. They say we need a secure abundance of meat. They say the animals need us, and that they will not survive in the wild. I thought about making it law, but I'm afraid I'd lose the city to chaos." "I know," the sun replied. "I've seen it. Here is my next message. The next year there will be no rain in your city. The year after there will be a never-ending storm. Then I will return and we will speak again." With that said, the sun left the emperor's mind. "I don't know about this," the sky said to the sun. "It seems a bit harsh. Humans are master survivors. They will be fine. Hey, how about another bet? I bet they will let the animals go before the storm year, and then we flick the weather switch back to normal." The sky laughed. "I bet you they will never let the animals go." "And the winner?" the sun asked. "He gets a nice surprise from the loser." A year went by without rain, Yet neither the city nor the village let the animals go. So when the storm came, the sun lost the bet and had to give a nice surprise to the sky. So he created the shooting stars and gave them their wishing powers to draw more attention to the night sky. When the storm year was over, the sky returned to the shoemaker in the dream garden. "Where have you been, my lord?" the shoemaker asked. "We begged and prayed, but you refused to show us mercy." "I saw it all," the sky replied. "And during this whole time, you still did not release the animals." The shoemaker said, "We have made you temples and books, and we have spread your message far across the lands. In your name we have been fighting with those who worship the sun god, so they can also worship you." "I never asked for any of these things. This is far from what I asked of you. In fact, I realize I never should have interfered with humans to begin with, and I will never interfere with humans again." With that said, the sky left the shoemaker's dreams. The sun found the emperor waiting for him, meditating with closed eyes, facing the sun from his garden. "I know you can hear me," the sun said. "Loud and clear," the emperor replied. "So the sky and I gave up on you. We're going to stop interfering with humans for a while." "You left us," the emperor said. "You left us to die. We called for you and begged for your mercy, and you would not show it. We built you temples and books, and we even have been fighting with those who worship the sky god to make them worship you too." "I never asked for any of this. I don't want you to worship me or fight in my name. I don't want temples or books. I want to bring forth a message to humanity. But you already forgot the message, didn't you?" And with that said, the sun left the emperor's mind. The sun and the sky decided to call off their bet. They would not dare to find out if it was in their power to bring the humans back into balance with the rest of nature. And still, they're watching over us, hopelessly wishing and waiting for that beautiful day to come. Chapter 9: The Eternal Flame. A glowing jellyfish was swimming in the darkness. "Roklo, the monster slayer," a woman's voice said. "Roklo, the monster in the dead woods." It came closer. "Your task is not done." Roklo opened his eyes. It took a while for them to get used to the light, but eventually he started seeing small clouds slowly dancing and making different shapes on a blue sky. "Your task is not done, Roklo," the voice repeated. Roklo jumped up and looked at the woman who had spoken. "Who are you?" he asked her. "My name is Hope," she replied. "I don't understand. I remember being eaten by wolves, and then seeing my whole life, then the divine being showed me the way to the other side." "Your task is not done," Hope repeated. Silence filled the area. "You brought me back?" he finally asked after a while. "And I will bring you back as many times as I have to until you have done your task." He looked at her in terror. There's that look again," Hope said. "Look, there's a lot of tension in the spirit world since humans are supposed to be a beacon of hope, and you disrupted the balance. The elements are afraid of what the humans will become. They're considering flooding the entire world to erase all humans. So I decided to make you immortal until you brought back the balance. First then, I will let you rest." "How?" he asked. "They must stop chopping down trees and let the trapped animals go." "How long was I?" "Many, many generations. The world is quite different now. The Mies, your old tribe, are more vicious than ever and have taken over most of the Amazon and built big cities everywhere. In the biggest of the cities is the Emperor. I suggest you talk to him and convince him to make the change. It's located in your old village." She pointed away. "Why can't you do it?" "Ah, no. It has to be a human. It has to be you. Good luck, Roklo the Immortal. You will need it." Hope turned herself into a flock of bats and flew away, leaving Roklo, who rolled on the ground, desperately crying and grasping for air. Roklo's old village had turned into a metropolis of pyramids, with a water channel system and buildings so tall they were touching the clouds. Roklo asked an inhabitant where he could find the emperor, and was pointed to the biggest pyramid at the center of the city. There he was met by guards, and Roklo told them, "I have a message from the gods to the emperor. I need to speak with him." "We can bring him the message," one of the guards said. "No, the message is for the emperor only," Roklo insisted. "We'll send someone to see if the emperor wants your message," the guard said, sending someone running into the pyramid. That someone came back a while later and confirmed that the emperor was interested. "So let me see if I understand your message," the emperor said after Roklo had explained. "The gods brought you back from the dead, so you can tell me to stop chopping trees and let the trapped animals go?" "Yes," Roklo replied. "And if we don't do this, the world will be flooded." "Yes." "You know what I think?" "What?" "I think I will use you to set an example." "What do you mean?" "An example of what happens to people who waste my time with foolish madness." The emperor ordered that Roklo would be hanged from the neck on the street, and it was done. And there Roklo hung, year after year, but his body never rotted. A bird made a nest in his hair, and the emperor grew old and died, making room for a new emperor. And still, Roklo's body did not rot. The rope he was hanging from did rot, though, and one day it broke, so Roklo fell to the ground. Roklo grasped for air, and some of the people who had seen the event started screaming. "I must speak with the emperor," Roklo called out, and this time he was brought to the emperor right away. He tried taking the bird's nest out of his hair, but it seemed to be stuck in there. The new emperor met Roklo with a smile. "How exciting," he said. "The man who hanged for generations without rotting. I've seen you hanging there since I was a little kid. How was it for you?" "Like a good night's sleep," Roklo replied. The emperor laughed and whistled a long tone. I like you. I like you. So tell me, my friend, what can I do for you?" "The gods brought me back from the dead and made me immortal to bring a message to the emperor." "Oh, this is so intriguing." "They want humans to stop chopping trees and let the trapped animals go, or they will erase all humans from the world." The emperor laughed again, this time quite nervously. "This is a joke? That's insane. It's impossible." "I'm afraid it's no joke. I will not be allowed to rest before I've seen this done." "The people will never agree to this?" "There must be a way." "I'll need to think about this for a bit." The next day, Roklo was brought back to the emperor's chamber. "Oh, very good. Welcome, Roklo the Immortal," the emperor said. "Did you come to a conclusion?" Roklo asked. "Yes. Normally, I'd have you hanged, but it seems that doesn't do a lot for you, does it? I've never met anyone like you before. I do believe you are a messenger from the gods, and I will follow the gods' will." The emperor called a meeting with his royal council and told them about Roklo and his message. They first responded by laughing, but when they saw the emperor was serious, they tried to convince him otherwise. They were sure this could never be done. The emperor insisted, though, on the god's will. As a last resort, the council overthrew their emperor, cut off his head, and did the same to Roclo. Soon after, the world was filled with a flood that left no land untouched. There was that jellyfish again. Roclo, it said, your task is still not done. Roclo coughed out water and gasped for air. He found himself on a vast beach with the sea on one side and a forest on the other. Again he was accompanied by the woman named Hope. Please, he begged her, please no more. This task is impossible. They will just kill me again. No task is impossible, Hope said, and I'm sorry, but you must be the one to do this. Just send the flood. I hate this world. I hate humanity. I just want it to end, Roclo yelled out. The flood has already been here. It's been many generations since you last died. Then why did you bring me back? Because humanity survived. The gods chose a few of the most kind-hearted to live through the flood. It was all good for a while, but after some generations they fell back into the same old evil doings for some reason. So I brought you back to fix it. I really believe it has to be you. That's why the flood didn't work. Roclo sat and stared at Hope for a while, with desperate despair in his eyes. I'm so sorry, Roclo. I can see your regrets and your shame. Your suffering brings me no pleasure. I do this because it's the only way. What must I do? First, you must learn to love again. With that said, Hope turned into sand, which fell down, blending in with the beach. Roclo had no idea how long he had been watching the waves come in and out of the shore. He was numb with his hate. He refused to do anything but sit there and curse everything and everyone. He didn't even move as the tide came and covered his legs. Who are you? A high-pitched voice asked from behind him. Why do you sit in the water? He looked back and saw a little boy looking back at him. Why do you have a bird's nest in your hair? A bird made it there the second time I died, and since then I can't get it out, Roclo replied. Oh, I guess it's meant to be there then, the little boy said. What makes you say that? Well, if you can't get it out, it's probably meant to be there, I think. Roclo looked at the little boy a bit annoyed. Why do you smell like fish? The boy asked. Because the third time I died, my body was in the ocean for many generations. How many times have you died? 3. So the second time you got a nest, and the third, the smell of fish. What did you get the first time? Immortality, Roclo replied, his annoyance turning to anger. It seems you have it rough, the boy said. My parents say we must especially take care of those who have it rough, as they need it most. Your parents sound like good people. Oh, they're the best. Oh, maybe you should meet them. I don't think so, kid, Roclo replied, looking back at the sea. Oh, you should definitely meet them. Just wait here. I'll bring them to you. The little boy ran off, and Roclo went back to looking at the sea, indulging in his hatred, the tide moving up towards his waist. You see? As I told you, he has a bird's nest in his hair, the boy's voice said a while later. Oh my, said the mother of the boy. Hey there, brother, are you okay? Roclo turned back and looked at the boy and his mother. They looked quite similar. Not at all, Roclo replied. I've caused the corruption and near extermination of humanity, and I'm not allowed to die until I've fixed it. Wow, that's a lot of pressure for you. He looked into her eyes. You have no idea. Maybe not, but maybe I can help you. Why don't you come to my home for a cooked meal? Roklo looked at the sea for a short while more and accepted the offer. On the way, the woman and her son picked fruits, vegetables, and herbs that were growing alongside their path. They arrived at a family-sized cave by a medium-sized river, where they were met by what had to be the grandmother of the family. She smiled warmly at them, and Roklo caught himself blushing at her smile. He felt rather silly as he smiled back. It's like he had forgotten how to smile, and yet it pushed its way through at the sight of her. They all went to the river to clean the harvest and prepare it for cooking. A moment later, they sat around a big boiling soup pot on a fire under the open sky when a bluebird landed in Roklo's nest. His first reaction was to try to remove the nest, but it still wouldn't come off his head. So he tried to chase away the bird, but it seemed unaffected by his every attempt to scare it off. He was yelling and shaking his head, but the bird just sat there, singing happily. "Maybe we should put this bird in the soup," he said, half joking. "Or maybe not," said the older lady, whose name was Sola. "The birds have their lives too. How can we learn from them if we eat them?" "What do we have to learn from a bird?" "Just listen." They all went silent and listened to the bird's jolly song. The song was without words, but the melodies were telling stories of the beautiful views it has seen in its life. And as they listened, they could see these views and feel the sensation of flying. Roklo decided to let the bird stay in the nest. A moment later, they were eating the most delicious meal Roklo had ever eaten. "So, Roklo, where do you come from?" asked the mother of the child, whose name was Harmony. "I come from an endless jungle," Roklo replied, "with more animals and plants than you could discover in a lifetime. But that was a long time ago." "Can you tell me about the times you died?" the kid asked. "Cal, that's rude," Harmony said to her son. "Nah, it's okay," Roklo said. "When I was young, I made a big mistake, which has led to the corruption of most of the humans. I've been trying to make it right, but every time it's led me to my death. And every time the goddess of hope has brought me back so I can finish my task." Though he was terrified of how they might react, he told them his story from the beginning, while they listened wide-eyed. When he was finished, they all came up and hugged him, all together for a long time. They were in the middle of dessert when Cal's father joined them. He had been helping out with the food crops of a neighboring village now. "Just in time for dessert, I see. I brought back a lot of new seeds," he said, sitting down next to Harmony, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Welcome, stranger," he said to Roklo and looked at the bird's nest on his head. "I like your style." "This is Roklo. We thought he could stay in that empty cave nearby for a while." "Ah, great. I look forward to getting to know you. Just let me know if there's anything you need help with while you stay here. I'm Ole, and it's my passion and mission to make sure everyone around me has it well." Roklo was astounded. "This is all very kind, but I don't have anything to offer in return." "It doesn't matter," Ole said. "Here we have an abundance of anything we could possibly need or want. But it's only truly a paradise when all take care of all, no matter where you come from or where you go. So welcome home, brother." Roklo lived there for many years, helping with taking care of the food plants in the forest and learning about symbiosis and ecosystems. He relearned how to smile, laugh, and hope. Every day he spent there, the world seemed more beautiful. He was singing and dancing, cooking and cleaning, and every day Sola and he connected more deeply. After a few seasons, they moved in together and stayed together for many years, until Sola became so old that she couldn't move anymore. Roklo brought food to her on their bed one evening and sat down on it with her. They finished their meal and she asked, "My love, can you give me my backpack?" He did so, and out of it she pulled a stone of the brightest red, more shiny than any diamond or ruby, more beautiful than a million stars on a clear night sky. "This is the eternal flame," she said. "I found it a long time ago. Since then it has guided me. Everything you see here, this home, this food forest, this kind and loving community, it was all made possible thanks to the eternal flame." "It's beautiful, but can you explain how a shiny rock has guided you?" "It's like with a bird. It speaks to those who listen. Here, I want you to have it." "Why me?" "Because you're meant to have it, my dear. My time here is done, but you will live on until your task is done. I'm sure the eternal flame will help you finish your task. Take it." She gave it to him, and he looked at it with his mouth open in awe. "I love you so much. Promise me to always believe in yourself." He looked deep into her eyes. "I love you even more. I promise to always believe in myself." "Good." With that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Eventually winter came, and with it Sola passed away peacefully in her sleep. They burned her body and spread the ashes under a tree she loved to meditate under. Then Roclo said goodbye to his family and his home and went out into the world, guided by the eternal flame, with the blue bird in his nest, love in his heart, and the true belief that one day his task would be done and he would reunite with his loved one in the afterlife. To this day, he still travels all around the world telling people about the kindness he was shown, about the abundance of nature, and about how to open our hearts to live in paradise. He inspired great spiritual teachers of all kinds of cultures and eras who helped to bring his message forward and bring humanity back into balance with each other and the rest of nature. He's out there somewhere right now. Though he's still immortal, he overcame his hatred for himself and the world in favor of love and seeing the beauty in things, making his journey much more enjoyable. He still did not die more times until this day, and one day indeed his task will be done. Chapter 10. The Medicine Man. Kalamakia was a lucid dreamer. This night he did what he liked to do every night, diving into the abstract unknown of his subconscious mind, looking for inspiration and ideas. He ran up a staircase made of levitating rocks, and on top of it he came to a door hanging in mid-air. There seemed to be dark water on the other side. He jumped in and swam into the darkness. Shortly after, he was surrounded by a swarm of small, shiny jellyfish. "Kalamakia?" a woman's voice said inside his head. "You need to wake up now. There is someone at your doorstep who desperately needs you, and the fate of the rest of the world depends on her." "Who are you?" Kalamakia said. "Why should I trust you?" "I am Turiadorni, and I see all." A jellyfish swam into his third eye, briefly taking him to a space outside of time and making him one with everything, before he woke up in his bed. The sound of rain hitting his roof was accompanied by a knocking on his door. "Are you Kalamakia, the medicine man?" she asked. Kala nodded. "I was told you can help me with my curse." The light in the room went on and on again and off again. "Who told you that?" he asked. "Turiadorni." A bolt of lightning struck behind her. Can please come inside?" The rain was dripping on her already soaked head. He stepped to the side and showed her the way in and to his kitchen table. He closed the door and put on a teapot for boiling. The lights kept going on and off. He made the tea in silence, filled up 2 cups, and gave one to the young girl. "Mint from my garden," he said, sitting next to her by the table. "What's your name?" He blew on the tea and took a sip. "Nini," the light went on. "This is not a curse you have, Nini." The light went off again. "It is a gift." The light went on again. "And I will show you how to use this gift for good." Another lightning strike struck outside, and the light stayed on for the rest of the tea. The next day, they had a fruity breakfast from the forest garden right outside. Mangoes, pineapple, and banana were on the menu, accompanied by the fresh smell of nature after a rain. "First, I will teach you the mechanics of the forest. When you understand the ecosystem, you can serve the ecosystem. The whole planet is an ecosystem. So by serving the ecosystem on a small scale, we serve the entire planet. It all starts with what we eat. This goes back into the ecosystem. So let's be aware of what we give our environment through our bodies." "I don't see what this has to do with my curse," Nini said. "Everything," replied Kala. "You will see. And remember, it's a gift you have, a mystery to be solved and understood." A bunch of rocks around them levitated to hang in midair. "I'm not sure this is a gift, Kala." "Breathe, Nini. It's a gift for sure." Nini started breathing quickly and chanting out, "It's a gift, it's a gift." The rocks flew in all directions, some hitting them, but none really hurting them. "Indeed it is." He picked up a rock, held it in front of him, and whistled a simple melody. The rock levitated a few centimeters above his hand. He stopped whistling, and the rock fell into his hand. "My gift is not nearly as strong as yours, but I can control it. Maybe we can learn some things from each other." Nini picked up a rock and held it in front of her as well. "You moved it by whistling," she said. "No. The whistling moved my thoughts, and the thoughts moved the rock. I can help you this time. Observe your thoughts." He whistled a new, jolly, relaxing melody. She observed her thoughts. They were a chaotic mess of a noise. Yet somehow the whistled melody seemed to knit all the thoughts together and have them dance in a beautiful flow. She redirected this flow to the rock, packed densely with thoughts underneath it, and got the rock to levitate a few centimeters over her hand. "I did it!" she called out, and the rock shot into the sky and landed a few seconds later on Kalla's house, going straight through the roof. "Sorry." "It's okay. You will fix that," Kalla replied. Nini had never fixed a roof before, but Kalla instructed her from beginning to end. "How does it feel?" he asked when she was finally finished. "Feels great," she replied. He smiled. "Nothing makes you grow faster than correcting your mistakes." It was already getting late, so they went to the forest for some mushrooms and vegetables and went into the house. Kala put lumber on the fireplace and started rubbing his hands together. What this gift is a stronger connection with the 4 elements. We connect with the wind through our thoughts, and through passion we connect with fire. He stopped rubbing his hands, held them palms up in front of his mouth towards the logs, and blew strongly. A fire sparked up from the logs and stayed there, steadily dancing. Through our emotions, we connect with water. He put the stew pot on the fire and sat down on the sofa in front of the fireplace. And we connect with the earth through our bodies. 4 elements, all coming together, here, creating our world. And since we are from the world, we are made of the same four elements, all flowing through us, connecting us with our environment. Nini came and sat next to him on the couch. I also used to think I was cursed, he continued. Some kind of punishment for a crime I can't remember doing. Maybe from a past life? But one day I decided I would learn to understand it, tame it, and use it for good. And the moment I accepted it and took responsibility for it, the situation changed, and it started teaching me. I didn't ask for this. It's been there all my life, haunting me, keeping me on the run, Nini said. I didn't ask for it neither. Yet here it is. So what shall we do with it? Their eyes met. Use it for good, Nini said. Use it for good, Kala agreed. And what is good? Aha, Kala said. Now that's the question. This is why we must learn to understand nature. Say, is the wolf bad for eating the sheep? Is the sheep better for eating the grass? Is the life of the sheep worth more than the life of the grass or the wolf? They all have their unique roles, and one cannot be without the other, Nini replied. So they have equal importance and equal value. Exactly. So then, what is your unique role in this world? And what could be a greater good than staying true to that role? I don't know what's my role. I never felt I fit in anywhere. Here you fit in perfectly, Kala said, putting his hand on her shoulder. I will help you with finding your role. The next day, they took all kinds of vegetables from Kala's nursery and planted them in spots where other plants had died. They had to make sure that the right plants would get the right light conditions on neighboring plants and trees. Kala insisted they should sing and chant through the whole planting process. He said it would help the plants grow faster. Let's watch the sunset from the mountain today, Kala said to Nini. And in the night we will go on a deep inner journey to find your role in this world. He looked at her and she nodded. They ate some fruits and nuts from the garden, and he showed her all his drums and rattles and invited her to choose one to bring for the sunset. She chose a rattle made of leaves, and he took a big flat drum of horse skin. They didn't say a single word for the rather long walk it took to get through the forest and up the mountain. They arrived at the planned location right before the sun was setting behind the seemingly endless forest. They sat there in silence and watched the setting sun create a color show on the clouds beyond their wildest imaginations. The clouds were making formations of mandalas and faces, and all kinds of animals came to say thank you for this day and wish the sun a good night. See you tomorrow, dear sun. Thank you for today, Nini said, as the last bit of sunlight went behind the horizon. Kala gave her a smile and took up his drum. He hit it 2 times, and the deep bass sound went echoing across the mountains. He played it 2 more times, closed his eyes, and took a deep, calm breath in, holding it in for a while, listening to the echoes of the drums, the wind in the trees, and the twittering of the birds. He released his breath and started playing a slow, simple, steady beat. The birds burst out in laughter and flew in formations in front of them, the wind gently blowing past, the afterglow of the sunset filling the space with the strangest lights, shades, and pastel colors. All your life you've been running from yourself, Kalamakia said, still playing the drum. That is why you never found your role in this world. Tonight you will find your role if you stop running and instead dare to meet yourself as you are. He stopped playing the drum briefly and then returned to the beat, now while chanting, "Oh, let me see everything I am. Oh, let me see Everything I am. Nini joined in on the chanting, and they stood there dancing and drumming and repeating together again and again, the intensity always increasing. Oh, let me see. Everything I am. A heavy, cold darkness came rushing in on them, concentrating in front of them, shaping the shadow of a tall man with glowing red eyes. He stared at them, triggering their worst thoughts and feelings, draining them of all hope and life force. Nini noticed that Kala was looking right at him. "This shadow has followed me all my life. Who is he?" she asked. "I know this being. I have met him several times. He is hate. To him, existence is suffering, and he wants it all to end. He is a reminder to let go of our hate, to end our suffering." The hate faded and was replaced by a woman made of colorful light. "This is love," said Kala. To her, existence is bliss. She wants it all to prevail and grow. Love shone brighter, and they were all surrounded by a bright light. "Tell me, Nini," Kala continued, "who is more important, hate or love?" They saw love on one side and hate on the other, and in between them was everything else in existence. "Both," answered Nini. "They both have their roles. One cannot be without the other." "I agree. Now, what is your role? What is your part in all of this?" A door appeared in front of them. Nini opened it and saw dark waters inside. She looked to Kala, who nodded and offered her his hand. She took it, and together they went inside the door. They didn't swim for long until they were surrounded by small shining jellyfish. "Very good," Toreadorni said inside their heads. "It's all going as it should." The density of jellyfish was increasing. "You both have a very important task ahead of you. The world needs you." The density of jellyfish was now compact, illuminating the two humans. "Humans will soon get a chance to redeem themselves and restore balance with nature. You are here to make sure they succeed." "How?" Nini asked. "Trust your intuition." In a single second, Nini's entire life flashed before her eyes. She blinked and was back at the mountain, next to Kala. He was no longer playing the drum, but breathing calmly and steadily with his eyes closed. Nini aligned her breath with the rhythm of his, feeling the ground beneath her feet. Her body felt so alive. "I understand now," she said. Kalamakia smiled and started whistling a simple, calm melody, still with his eyes closed. Nini looked to the sky and was met by the most spectacular blanket of stars. It was new moon that night. How long had they been there? She got lost in looking at the stars, thinking about the infinite worlds that might be out there, while listening to Kala's jolly whistling. Oh, what a beautiful mystery existence is. They stayed the rest of the night sharing songs and stories. The next morning they had a fruity breakfast and talked about the experience and shared visions from the inner journey of last night. "Oh, look, an eagle!" Nini called out and pointed at the sky. The eagle flew a couple of circles, then dived and landed in front of them. The mighty bird and the two humans stared at each other for a while, before the eagle flew up to the closest tree and kept on looking at them from its branch. "I think that's a good sign," Kala said. Nini nodded in agreement without taking her eyes away from the eagle. They sat there and meditated for a while, and soon a big brown bear came to their spot. The mighty bear and the two humans looked at each other for a while, and then the bear grunted and walked over to the tree the eagle was in and sat next to it. Shortly after, a moose came in front of them, looking at them for a while, and went to sit next to the bear. Okay, that's just weird, Kala said. And what do you think about that? Nini said and pointed to the sky. Hundreds of birds were flying in a clockwise circle right above them, tweeting and screeching. Kala had no response. The eagle flew in front of them, cried out, and flew towards the way down from the mountain, landed on the path, and looked at the people again. The bear and the moose followed, stood next to the eagle, and looked at the people. Then the eagle flew to land in the horns of the moose. They all started walking down. It's like they want us to follow, Nini said. So, let's follow then, replied Kala. They took their things and followed the animals. The eagle, the bear, and the moose brought Kala and Nini down the mountain and further away from Kala's house. They walked for many hours without stopping for food or rest. They only briefly slowed down when someone needed to pee. As they were walking, more and more birds joined the circular formation above them. They heard from the birds' call that it was a big variation of different kinds of birds, all flying in a big clockwise circle along their way. In addition, more and more animals of all kinds, critters and predators alike, came along and walked with them. Dusk was closing in, and they were joined by probably hundreds of animals and thousands of birds when they finally arrived at their destination. What had once been an endless forest was now an endless desolate tree graveyard. These trees had given shelter and food to countless animals, which were now forced to look for a new place to live. All the animals and birds cried out angrily at the sight of the tree stumps stretching out over the horizon. Kalamakia sent out a roar of anger, and Nini observed it all speechless. The birds were screeching, the wolves were howling, and the bears were roaring. All animals sent out their cries, but none were louder or more furious than Kalamakia. And Nini was still frozen, unable to make a sound. The greed of humans has gone too far, Kala roared. This ends now. How? What can we do? Said Nini. By every higher power in this world, I swear I will find a way. I will find it if it's the last thing I do. Then I will help you, Nini said, walking up to Kalamakia and hugging him. I'm with you. The eagle flew in front of them again and looked at them. It flew a few meters into the field of tree stumps, landed, and looked at the humans again. Come on, let's go, Kala said. Nini nodded, and they followed the eagle into the unknown. Chapter 11. The Infinity Machine. Karen Lively had always been a very curious person. Since she was a child, she always asked a lot of questions and wanted to understand everything. As she grew, this got her into science and engineering. When she was 14, she made a windmill which powered the entire house of her family. When she was 16, she got accepted into all major engineering schools. At the age of 20, she was working for one of the world's leading companies on sustainable energy. Her job was to experiment and find new ways to generate electricity, which was in every way her dream job. She got married, a beautiful son, and lived in a big house. Some years later, though, it was a long time since she had any breakthroughs, and her boss was getting impatient. They were expecting to see some results soon from her, and she had to deliver if she wanted to keep her job. That night it was full moon, and Karen could not by any means sleep. She stepped outside on her terrace and heard a single bird singing the most peculiar and beautiful melodies, unlike any other song she's ever heard from any bird. "What are you doing out here, singing by yourself?" Karen asked the bird, which just kept on singing to itself. Karen looked at the moon and saw that it was not full anymore. It was eclipsing. "Wow, cool," she said. "It's a long time since I saw a lunar eclipse." She stayed up for the next few hours, seeing the moon gradually eclipsing, and as the entire moon was covered by the shadow of the earth, it turned dark red, and Karen had a vision. "The moon goes around the earth, and the earth goes around the sun," she said, "through gravity and momentum, creating perpetual motion, seemingly for infinity." She jumped in excitement. "Perpetual motion is possible, it's everywhere. It's the mechanism of the planets and the stars." With this revelation combined with her education and experience, she dove into drawing blueprints for a perpetual motion machine. She spent days and nights calculating material, shapes, and angles, figuring out how to make this work. She barely ate, slept, or talked to anybody. She was completely absorbed in her work. And one day, she figured it out. She had drawn a blueprint which theoretically should work. She showed it to her bosses, which were thrilled over this promising progress, and promised her all the resources she needed to research this revolutionary technology. 2 months later, they were popping the champagne on the office and celebrating. Everyone got the day off and loads of food and cake from the office. They had created a working prototype for the infinity machine. They would change the world and the era of fossil fuel and give humanity infinite power from the same source as the planets themselves. Karen went home early from the party to spend the rest of the day with her husband Brent and her son Will. She had called Brent in advance, and he prepared them all a delicious meal. "There is my brilliant scientist," he said as she entered the door and took off her shoes. He came up, gave her a big kiss, and asked, "Say, how does it feel to save the world from fossil fuels?" "It's hard to describe," Karen said. "That smells amazing." "Yeah, I've been cooking with love," Brent said. They joined Will at the dinner table in the kitchen and shared this incredible meal. They joked and laughed and talked about all the things humans could make with this infinity machine. What this would mean for transportation, space exploration, and so on. They had just finished dessert when Karen said, "There is something strange though. I've been reading a lot and I discovered that this is actually not even new. Tesla made a machine based on this concept, and even Da Vinci made a blueprint hundreds of years ago. So why are we not already using it?" It knocked on the door. Karen went to open it and greeted two men in black suits wearing sunglasses, even though it was quite late. "Karen Lively," one of the men said. "That's me," Karen replied. "We are with the AIS. Can we come in?" He held up a badge with the AIS initials. "What is the AIS? What do you want?" Karen asked, holding the door. "We are an organization that protects people from playing with powers they don't understand," the other man replied. "And you, Miss Lively, have been playing with powers you don't understand. May we enter, please?" The man put his badge in the pocket of his jacket, briefly exposing a gun holster on his belt. "I don't suppose I have a choice?" Karen asked. "It's going to be much more pleasant if you work with us here. Then please come in." They entered the apartment and went to the kitchen. They scanned every inch of the place on the way. "It's a lovely place you have here," one of the men said. "And a lovely family," said the other. "Please leave my family out of this," Karen said. "It's me you want to talk to." "Well, your family knows about the machine, right? So we need to talk to you all, actually. Please take a seat." Karen sat down with her husband and son, and one of the men in suits sat down in front of them, while the other one went and started making a cup of tea. The man sitting in front of them took off his sunglasses, looked at them and said, "There have been a lot of posts on social media lately from your colleagues. Polls about a perpetual motion infinity machine. These polls have already gotten a lot of attention and are spreading quickly. People will soon be sad though, as you and your colleagues all admit that it was a hoax and that the machine does not really work. But the machine does work. I've seen it work, Karen said. No, Miss Lively, it does not. Perpetual motion is impossible. Do you understand me? It's possible. I made it. It works. We have blueprints and prototypes, and soon we will have a patent. I don't think you understand what I'm saying here. He took his gun in his hand and his partner laughed. People are not ready for this kind of tech. Imagine if it fell into the wrong hands. Imagine what kind of weapons our country's enemies could make with this tech. Your patent will be rejected because someone already has a patent for this machine. They also could not get it to really work. When you come to your office tomorrow, your machine and all your notes and blueprints about it will be gone. It is the legal property of those who own the patent. For the sake of your family, you will never ever talk about this machine again. Don't even think about making a new one. And if anyone ever asks, you will say that perpetual motion is impossible. Have I made myself clear? The other man had finished making his tea. He took a sip. Yes, Karen stuttered. Good, said the AIS man. Then our work here is done. And remember, anything you say or do, we will know. He put the gun back in the holster, put on his sunglasses, stood up, and the two suited men went out. Karen and her family sat there in shock for some minutes before Karen finally broke the silence, saying, Did he just steal our teacup? I think so, Brent answered. That's just messed up, Will said. The next day, Karen came to her office, which was as if filled with a strange melancholic cloud. Emotionless faces met hers all the way to her boss's office. She knocked on her boss's door. Oh, Karen, very good. Please have a seat. So it seems we need to find a new direction to study. And we need to work quick to earn back the money we lost. And what about the machine? Karen asked. What machine? Her boss said. The machine, Karen insisted. They took the machine, Karen. It's gone. Perpetual motion is impossible. And we will never, ever talk about the machine again. He gave her a begging look, and she nodded. So there's a lot of interesting progress in the solar power sector, Karen said. I have some ideas for how we could mod and improve some of these new inventions. Perfect, her boss replied. Thank you, Karen. That's just what we need, solar power. Yes. And so, Karen went on to research solar power and kept quiet about the infinity machine. But inside she swore to herself that one day, somehow, she would get this knowledge out to the world. She just had to develop a plan to do it and keep her family safe from the AIS without ever talking about it to anyone, including her family. She could not write the plan down or record it in any way. It had to be developed only in her mind. But Karen Lively had invented an infinity machine, and she knew that nothing was impossible. Chapter 12. The Dumpster Wizard. Bill Henriksen was a hard-working good citizen. He made good cash selling over the phone for a cable company. His hard work paid off. He had a nice big apartment with a good view, more food than he could eat, a big HD TV, the latest phone, a fast computer, fancy clothes, and a beautiful girlfriend. It seemed to anyone that he had everything, and yet Bill always felt as if something was missing. So he worked more and harder and made more money. But he realized that the more money he had, the more money he spent, and in the end, he never really had anything, not even time. So what to do but work harder to earn more? Mr. Hendrickson, Bill's boss said one day at the office, I'm sorry to inform you that we are selling the office. The new company already has their team of sellers ready, but I will give you an email address which you can send your resume to if you want to work for them. They would pay you a bit less, but the working tasks will still be the same. Wait, what? Bill replied. Sir, I've been working for this company for 10 years. I've been your top seller for the past 5. And we will be sure to give you a great reference. Now go eat a bit before your lunch break finishes. And if you see Emma, please send her to my office. Thank you. The boss waved him off, and Bill went to quickly eat his lunch before his break finished. Later that evening, Bill came home and sat next to his girlfriend on the couch. She was tapping on her phone. Hey, honey, how was work? She asked without taking her eyes off the screen. It was all right, Bill replied, but the company is getting sold. What? Getting sold? She put her phone on the glass table in front of the couch and looked at him with her eyebrows raised. Yeah, maybe I can work for this new company, but I get less paid. Less paid? No, baby, we cannot afford to get less paid. I think you should look for a different job. But maybe I don't want to work for a while. Baby, we have bills to pay. Well, yeah, but I can't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. I always had to stress with sleeping, stress with waking up, with eating, with shitting, a stress with relaxing, showering. I never have any time to just enjoy life. I'm exhausted, babe. Okay, I can see that you're obviously going through a rough patch right now. It's okay, just relax for a bit and you'll feel better. Maybe. But what if we rent a smaller place and cook more at home? Like this I can work a bit less and we can spend more time together. Honey, we have gotten accustomed to certain standards. We don't want to downgrade now that we're doing so well. But what do all these things mean if we're not happy? Bill asked. Well, I'm happy, his girlfriend replied. So it's like that? Your happiness or mine? Look, I don't think this conversation is going anywhere right now. I'm gonna go meet Jennifer. I think I will sleep there tonight so we can get some thinking done, yeah? I need to go, I'm already late. She kissed him on the cheek, took her phone and stood up. I love you, babe. We'll figure this out. Then she walked out. There Bill Henriksen sat on the couch, doing absolutely nothing. He just felt the silence of his empty home and somehow felt completely relaxed. He lay down on his sofa and fell directly into the deepest sleep he had had in a very long time. He sat up quickly, hearing his phone ringing in his pocket. He sat up quickly, hearing his phone ring in his pants pocket. It was his boss. The moment he picked it up, his boss started barking. Mr. Henriksen, you should have been at work half an hour ago. Where are you? I'm so sorry, sir. I don't feel good today. I think I'd like to call in sick, he replied. No, you cannot call in sick now. We need notice at least one day before so we can fill in your shift. But I'm not in shape to work today. You have to come in now. Then you can call in sick tomorrow if you must. It's important we get in extra sales this week before we hand over the company. So come today or you lose your job and you can forget about your good reference. Sir, I've never called in sick for 10 years. So I don't see why you should start now. I expect to see you in the office as soon as possible. Well, you can shove your expectations up your ass along with your good reference, 'cause I am never coming to that office ever again. He hung up the phone, turned it off, and went back to sleep on the couch with a smile on his face. Oh, honey, you're home, his girlfriend said as she came into the room. He woke up and sat up on the couch. The wall clock showed that the time was 6 p.m. already. He had been sleeping all day. I had this wonderful dream, he said, as she sat next to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. About what? She asked. We were traveling around in a van, seeing all kinds of beautiful places and meeting all kinds of interesting people. That sounds nice. A ping sound came from his girlfriend's phone and she picked it up. I need to answer this, she said. What if we do it? Bill said. If we do what? His girlfriend replied, tapping on the phone. You know, just sell everything. Buy a van and go traveling. She laughed. What's funny? She put the phone on her lap and looked at him mockingly. And what about showers? What about toilets? How will we make money for food? Well, if we sell everything, we will have money for a long time. We will make it work with a shower and toilet somehow. Okay, look at me, she said, taking his hand in hers, looking at him with a worried look on her face. Whatever you're going through right now, we will go through it together. You will find a new job and we will be okay. I don't want to work anymore. I want to feel alive for once. And I don't make you feel alive? Yes, I love you, and I'm asking you to do this with me. She paused and shook her head. I'm not gonna live on the road in a van, babe. Babe, Bill said, letting go of her hands. Please get out of my home. Your home? We've been living here together for 3 years, she replied. And during those years, how much rent did you pay? She went silent and looked down. Please get out of my home. She packed her things and left, and the rest of what was left Bill Henriksen sold within a week. He bought a van, ended the contract for his apartment, got back his deposit, got his last paycheck from the job he quit, and went straight for the highway, heading south towards the sunshine. Everyone who knew him thought he had lost his mind and gone insane. And yet, as Bill sat there behind the wheel on the open road, he felt more alive than he had for a very long time. On his way, he was living out his dream. He saw many beautiful views, met many interesting people, slept well at night, and felt he had found a new purpose in life, to experience. And indeed, he experienced life to the fullest for a long time, until one day he was at a gas station and saw that he didn't have enough money left to pay for the gas he had just filled in his van. There was one man with a huge mustache behind him in the line who seemed a bit grumpy about the holdup. I'm sorry, sir, Bill said. I'm a bit short on gas money. You think you could help me out, please? I have a wife and 4 kids. I can't afford to pay for your gas. Don't worry, it's not too much. I can cover what's left, said the woman behind the register, throwing in some coins from her own pocket. Thank you so much, Bill said sincerely, and walked out to his van. He drove for hours, until he'd used almost all his gas again. He barely had enough gas to arrive at a parking lot in front of a small beach. This will do it, he said, and he went to sleep in the back of his van. The next morning he did not want to get out of bed. He was hungry, had no food, no gas, and no money. Why is the world so cruel? He asked into the nothing. And what have you ever done for the world? The nothing replied. He stared at the ceiling of his van for a while. Nothing, he said. But today that changes. I don't know what, but today I will do something good for the world. He sat up and opened the back door of his van to see a perfect view to the beach. There were no people there, and it was clear why. It would have been a beautiful sand beach if it was not full of trash everywhere. This will do it. He found some trash bags in a drawer and started picking up trash from the beach. In the end, he filled up 5 big trash bags to the brim. It took him all day, and during this time he did not eat or drink. He did it all in a kind of trance state, where he didn't even notice his hunger and thirst. Once the beach was clean, he took all the bags and brought them to a nearby dumpster. There you go, he said, throwing the last bag in. Wow, that feels good. His belly sang like a rock star. Wow, I'm hungry. I wonder how I could get some food. On the side of the dumpster, there was a plastic bag that seemed pretty full. Why would someone leave trash right next to the dumpster? He looked inside the bag and saw it was full of the freshest unopened food straight from the shop, along with a red dress with a white flower pattern and even a bit of money. What the? He looked around, but there was no one there. He shrugged his shoulders and walked smiling back to a clean beach to take a bath and enjoy a beautiful sunset with a well-deserved good meal, mysteriously gifted to him by life. And as he ate, looking at the setting sun, he felt an immense gratitude towards life. That night, he had the best sleep he had ever had. The next day, he went off in his van, wearing the red flowery dress. He stopped by a gas station, used all the money from the plastic bag on gas. It was hard to not laugh at the facial expressions of the people at the station when they saw him in the dress. He kept following the ocean southward, and when the gas ran short, he went to the nearest beach, ate, and slept for the night. The next morning, he opened the back door to see another beach full of trash. "Let's get to work then," he said, pulling out trash bags from the drawer. He had just filled up his second trash bag to the brim when one of his sandals broke. "All right, bye-bye shoes," he said, rolled out the third bag and threw the sandals in it. It took 3.5 trash bags to clean the beach this time, and during the rest of that time he felt the fine sand under his feet as he was walking. He carried the bags to the nearest dumpster and saw a pair of jogging shoes next to the bin. He threw the bags in the bin and picked up the shoes. They were his size and seemed barely used. "I really feel I'm onto something very interesting here," Bill Henriksen said as he tried on the shoes. They fit perfectly and were incredibly comfortable. The next day, there was a family on the beach. The sun kept on shining, and out of nowhere, the beach was crowded. The parking lot was full, and still people just parked next to the road nearby to go to the beach. Bill smiled the whole day, relaxing, enjoying how all his people can enjoy a clean beach thanks to him. That night he slept with a smile on his face in the back of his van. And the next day he bounced up from bed, opened the door, greeted the rising sun, and stepped smiling outside to see that the beach was full of trash once again. His smile dropped slightly. "All right, back to work. There should be a sign here that says 'Do not trash down the beach.'" He brought out the trash bags again and got to work. He only filled up one trash bag today. When he threw it in the bin, he saw that in the bin there were some different planks, buckets of paint, nails, and a hammer. "This is getting fascinating," Bill said with a smile, and he brought these materials back to his van to make a beautiful sign saying, "Please throw your trash in the garbage bins." When it was done, he put the sign in front of the beach, went to take a bath, ate from the magic shopping bag, read a book, and went to sleep. The next day, the beach was full of people again, bathing in the ocean and in the sun, laughing, playing, having fun, and enjoying this beautiful day and a clean beach thanks to Bill. He waited until they had all gone home and then took a long look around the beach. There was less trash than the day before, but there was trash still. This day he filled up half a trash bag, took it to the dumpster, and made another sign saying, "This beach is beautiful," which he put next to the other one. The next day he had no more food from the magic shopping bag. The beach was once again full of people, but somehow he didn't quite enjoy their joy as much today. Would this new sign work? It did. That evening, after everyone had gone home, there was about enough trash to fill up a doggy bag. And as a topping on the cake, he found a sweet leather jacket, much cooler than anything he'd ever owned. He put it on and put his hands in the jacket's pockets, bursting out in hysteric laughter. Not only did the jacket fit him perfectly, but inside there was a significant amount of money. A full moon came up from behind the horizon, shining an orange light on the world. "Oh, you," Bill said, looking at the moon. "Oh, you beautiful thing." He sent out a howl, loaded with ecstatic joy towards the newly risen full moon. The next day, he filled the van full of gas and drove towards the south, wearing his favorite dress and still with a bit of cash to spare. He drove for hours and hours until he came to a toll gate. "Visa and passport?" the officer asked at the gate. I don't have a visa, Bill said. Then you cannot pass the gate, said the officer. How do I get a visa? Well, you need to apply for a pay fee, then wait a month or two to see if you're approved for entry. Great. Thank you, Bill said and drove back. He spent the rest of his money on food and snacks and went to the closest beach to watch the setting sun. The beach was by a field of flowers, and a family of a mother, a father, two little boys, and an even smaller girl were camping in this field. They greeted Bill as he was passing by, and he greeted them back. He found a nice spot to see the sunset and eat some food. He listened to the waves for a while and went back towards his van. On the way back, he passed the camping family again. They were now grilling hot dogs on a fire. Care for a hot dog, stranger? Said the father of the family. Always, Bill replied. The man passed him a stick and a raw hot dog and brought out a camping chair which he put in front of the fire. It's beautiful, this place, Bill said as the first star appeared in the sky. The fire crackled contentedly. I agree, said the mother. Do you want to see my art? The little girl asked him, holding up a sketchbook full of doodles and scribbles on the cover. Sure, Bill said, and he took the book. He opened it and saw that every centimeter of every page was filled with drawings, which very clearly were made by a little girl. This is wonderful, Bill said. Look, this is us in the flower field, and this is us in our old house. We don't live there anymore. Why is that? The bank took our house. They did what? Sorry, said the father. We couldn't pay back our loans, so the bank took our house. And that's why we live here now. Since how long? Bill asked. Since about a week. I'm sorry. That's okay, said the mother of the family. We make the best of it. We will find our way. Bill stayed with them for one more hot dog and some more conversations, and then he went back to his van to read and sleep. The next day, with the light of the day, Bill saw that also this beach, and even the field of flowers, was full of trash. Another day in paradise, Bill said, bringing out his trash bags. He cleaned the area around his van, ate a bit, and kept on working his way towards the beach. The kids from the camping family joined him in picking up trash, and their parents even joined in after a while. Together they filled up 10 bags before both the beach and flower field were clean. That really does feel good, said the mother. They all carried the bags together to the nearest bins, which was a dumpster outside a supermarket. When they opened the lid of this dumpster, they saw it was full of all kinds of food and snacks you can imagine, thrown out from the supermarket because the recommended date had expired recently. There was the bread of the day and a bit too ripe fruits and vegetables. Bill quickly snapped out a new trash bag and they started filling it with food. That night, after a good bath, Bill and his family made a massive dinner and dessert. More than they could ever eat, and they all ate so much that they could barely move after. Thank you, Mother Trash, Bill said. Thank you, Mother Trash, the kids repeated and laughed. I've been thinking, Bill said, and I want to make an experiment. Let's make a list of all the things we want, and tomorrow I will find them all in the dumpsters. The kids and parents all laughed together. All right, said the father of the family. I wish for a new flashlight. Mine just broke. And I wish for a new book, the little girl said. I wish for lots of chocolate, said the youngest boy. I wish for a camera, so we can have some nice photos from this place, said the mother. But we have my drawings, said the little girl. And what do you wish for? Bill asked the oldest boy. I want to go home, the oldest boy replied. And what do you wish for, Bill? The little girl asked. Well, some gas money maybe, and a visa for traveling across the border there and going further south. The next morning, they all cooked a big meal together from the catch from the supermarket bins. And Bill set off with his trash bags to clean up all the trash he could find during the day. The oldest boy wanted to come with him, which was okay both for Bill and for the kids' parents. So he and Bill filled bag after bag with trash and threw them in dumpsters along the way, peeking in the dumpster as they went along. The hours flew by, and they had filled many trash bags, but they didn't find anything on the list. They kept on picking trash though, and as the sun was about to go down and they had picked 9 bags of trash, they still hadn't found anything on the list. Okay, let's fill up the last bag and walk back, Bill said, and the little boy nodded. They filled up a bag, found a dumpster, and dumped the bag. They peeked in the bin, but there was nothing in it. All right, good deeds of the day done at least. Let's head back to bathe and eat, yeah? Bill said. Okay, the boy replied. Hey, look at this dresser there. I like how it looks all old and moldy. Yeah, it's got a rustic look to it, eh? Bill replied. All right, let's check the drawers. They went over to the dresser and Bill opened the first drawer. In it, there was a flashlight. No way! Now we're talking! Thank you, Mother Trash, Bill said, clicking on the button for the flashlight. It did not work. He opened the place where he put the batteries, which was empty. Alright, so we just need some batteries now, Bill said and opened the next drawer. In it, there was a blank book and a pack of batteries. How about that? Bill said. He gave the book to the boy and put the batteries in the flashlight. It was working perfectly now. The boy started laughing hysterically while Bill opened the next drawer, which had a camera in it. That just leaves us the chocolate and gas money, Bill said, opening the next drawer. In it, there was a bunch of chocolate and a bit of money. They were both laughing together now. How do you do that? The little boy asked. We're both doing it, Bill replied. You wanna open the last drawer? The boy nodded and slowly opened the last drawer. It contained a local newspaper from a few days ago. The boy sighed in disappointment. Let's bring it, Bill said. I just finished my book, so then I can read this before sleeping tonight. The next morning they all had breakfast together again, still with the food from the supermarket dumpster. I still can't believe you found everything on the list, the father of the family said to Bill. Are you Santa Claus? The little girl asked. Almost everything, said the oldest boy. This USB flashlight is fantastic. I can charge this in my car, the father said with excitement. Wait, USB flashlight? Bill asked. No, I found a battery flashlight, then I found the batteries. Right, kiddo, you saw it, right? The oldest boy nodded. Then how do you explain this? The father said and showed him the flashlight. It was the same flashlight, but the place to put the batteries had somehow been replaced with a USB plug-in. Okay, that's how... what? He looked at the boy, who shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, maybe we did find everything, Bill said, holding up the newspaper. Last night I read through this, and I found this really interesting ad. He opened the paper, found the right page and read, Self-sustainable eco-village, looking for families to live and learn to build shelter, harvest water and grow food. He looked at the family, which didn't seem to know how to react. There is a telephone number here, and it's a local newspaper, so it shouldn't be far away. Why don't you give them a call? What do you have to lose? They talked about it for a while, and they agreed the father of the family would make the call. He dialed the number, went some steps away, came back a moment later, and said to the expectant faces, I've explained our situation, and they said they would love to welcome us there. We can live there for free, but we will have to build our own house and learn how to grow our own food. So we get to build a house? The boys asked in excitement. And we get to grow food? The little girl asked, equally excited. They were dancing and jumping and laughing. I guess it's settled then, the mother said, smiling at the happy kids. Let's prepare ourselves and go. And what about you, Bill? The father of the family asked Bill. Well, I have beaches to clean and a visa to get. Something is calling me in the south, and I want to go see what it is. The next day, Bill helped the family take down the family's tents and pack all their things into their car. They exchanged telephone numbers, promising to see each other again sometime. The little girl ran over, gave Bill a hug, and said, "I want acrylic paint for Christmas." "Anything is possible," Bill replied. "Just do good things for the world, and the world will give back to you." She gasped and looked at him with big eyes. "You are Santa Claus." Bill laughed and shook his head. "I'm not Santa Claus, but magic is very real. It's inside you and all around us. Can you feel it?" The little girl nodded. "Now, you all take good care of each other, all right?" They all agreed, hugged and waved, and drove off in different directions. Chapter 13. The King of the World. A very long time ago, at the top of a mountain, lived a bandit leader king. He was big, strong, and brutish, and he bullied everyone he met to do his will. He had a band of 20 vicious men, an obsession for gold, and a plan to get all the gold in the world. He sent out his bandits to the nearby farms to steal all their food and give them all a message. The farmers could only get their food back by working for him in the gold mines. Like this, his obsession for gold became shared with the entire village. They all slaved away in the mines, finding gold and exchanging it for food, turning against each other and competing for their own survival. King was an endlessly ambitious man, though. He always wanted more bandits, more slaves, and more gold. So he took control over all water sources and put a gold price on water. He selected the most brutish and vicious among the farmers to join his band and sent them out to nearby villages for gold and glory. And like this, the cycle repeated itself, and he spent his life getting always more bandits, more slaves, and more gold. His son Prince was to take over this vast empire when King died. He was more of a practical thinker than an aggressor, and he developed a system that would enable him to get more gold, bandits, and slaves without stealing the food to begin with. The gold obsession had grown big in a generation, so Prince took a big amount of his father's gold and made it into coins. He announced to his kingdom that under his rule there would be no more stealing of food. Instead, he would exchange the food for gold coins, which he could later use to buy all kinds of things like land, water, materials, tools, and labor. He made himself a gold crown to remind everyone where the coins had come from. The kingdom was happy about this solution and agreed. So Prince sent out his bandits to buy out every harvest from every farmer, and if any farmers didn't want to sell their crops, the bandits would take them without giving the farmers gold, to make sure these farmers would submit to the will of Prince. Though he sold the food back more expensively again, Prince realized that he didn't get back as much gold as he had thought he would. So he brought in a new concept: taxes. Every full moon, every citizen had to give him 1/10 of their money or be thrown into the dungeons. This gave him the nickname the Second King. Prince loved, embraced, and adopted this name. Like his father, the Second King was ambitious and sent his brutes out to bring more villages into his kingdom. The kingdom became so big that he sent some of his bandits to take charge in different regions and make sure that farmers complied and that everyone paid their taxes. He gave those bandits the titles of noblemen. Everyone in the kingdom seemed to understand quickly and deeply that life in the kingdom could be pretty good as long as you obeyed the will of the king. If you did not, though, the consequences might be terrible. The new king named his son Prince after himself, and at his deathbed he named his son King the Third. The people under King the Third praised him for providing them with food, water, and shelter. They seem to have forgotten that these things were never really his to give or take in the first place. There was generation after generation of this tradition, with the king naming his son Prince. He would then become the new king. And it seemed every new king was more vicious, more sly, and more ambitious. To this very day, all the money in the world comes from the king and goes to the king. All leaders and all militaries, every cooperation, indeed every tax-paying good citizen, work under him. Somewhere in the multiverse, the current king was recently sitting on his throne at the end of a big round room, his royal golden crown on top of his grey thin hair, looking out on all the leaders of the world sitting in front of him, expectation shining in their eyes. "My dear noblemen," he said, "welcome to the first day of our annual meeting on ruling the planet. As you all know, over the next 3 days we will talk about the previous year, our current situation, and draw conclusions for the next year's plans. Last year's meeting only had 5 deaths, which is a new record. I hope we can beat this record again this year." Laughter and an enthusiastic applause filled the room. "Here we have all top leaders of global resource distribution, public relations, and the war industry," the king continued. "I assume each faction has chosen a representative to speak for them. Can each representative please step forward?" 3 men stood up and proudly stepped in front of the throne. "And what's the yearly report?" "First, resource distribution." The representative for Global Resource Distribution, or GRD, took off his golden glasses, held his hands behind his back, and said out, with a half-confident, half-stutter, "This year we have increased profits by 20%, which is not only more than planned, but also more than it's been increased in a long time. We have done this by using the traditional formula: decreasing the buy-in price, increasing the sell-out price, and increasing taxes on every link. In addition, we have expanded the import and export industries by having more middle links and demands. We have increased the prices for food, electricity, gas, housing, and pretty much everything else. New required permissions for all kinds of industries and properties. Then we increased the salaries of the people to match the price increase by 90%. As expected, people were a bit upset in the beginning, but soon they accepted it and adapted and worked even harder to keep up. Very much thanks to the public relations department, I believe." He winked at the PR representative. "Good," said the king. "Very good. And how many species of animals went extinct this year because of humans?" "My lord?" the representative asked in confusion. "Thank you very much, dear sir. Now to the report on public relations." The representative for public relations was another old man with a hair so shiny white he could only compete with his shining white smile, trying to cover up a rather suspicious look in his eyes. "My lord," he said, "dividing and conquering has never been easier. We have so much to get the people to argue and compete about. Genders, vaccines, diets, artificial intelligence, brands, TV shows, taste in music, sports teams, if the world is flat, round, or a simulation, and of course the good old classics like politics, religion, countries, race, and so on. We are on every medium, from TV to blogs, making sure that the tension between different opinions is tight, while highlighting all the terrible things in the world to get the people scared of each other and staying in the competition about getting up and ahead. Always chasing the next product we introduce, too busy to even care what the other departments are doing." He nodded, signaling he was done. "Very good, thank you," the king said. "And how many suicides did we have this year? How many families were split? How many people are addicted to antidepressants and painkillers? I don't know, my lord, the representative hesitantly replied. Thank you, dear sir, the king said. You are the one that makes it all possible. Now to the war report. He nodded at a representative for the warlords, at a rather serious, muscular older man who was not smiling at all. He did not try to hide the suspicious look in his eyes. With increase in war, we have an increase in weapons production, changes in trade, tactical currency change, power redistribution, a general price increase, and more reason for people to stay inside and hide from the world or come fight for their country. He bowed to the king and put his hands in the pockets of his dark green jacket. Thank you, dear sirs, said the king. And how many soldier casualties were there this year? What? The warlord replied. How many civilian casualties, how many human lives has the war industry cost this year? What is this? Our intel was right. The king has gone soft. He pulled a small gun from his pocket, but the king's guard had put a bullet in the warlord's dark heart before he could pull the trigger. As expected, my lord, said the guard. As expected, replied the king. It has begun. He turned to look at the full assembly and put out his arms, palms up. My brothers, he said, why do we have to suffer? The entire room was holding its breath. Do we have to suffer? The room went so silent you could hear if someone blinked. The king of the world took a deep breath. My dear brothers, some of us have worked together for a lifetime. I suffer so much, and I can see you're suffering too. And I insist on asking, do we have to suffer? He looked around at the different faces. Some seemed interested, some furious, some ecstatic, and all in a deep disbelief. Last spring, I looked at my reflection in a forest lake, and I saw my old age, the king continued. I thought about my long good reign, and that soon the kingdom would pass on to my son. He took a deep breath. My brothers, there is not a corner or creek in this world I have not seen. I have been everywhere in my day, and everywhere I saw the same suffering I feel in my heart. Is this the world I will leave behind for my son to rule? A world in suffering? He stood up from his throne, and someone gasped. The room stayed quiet as the king looked into every pair of eyes that dared meet his. Then I went past a village where they were living in happiness and harmony. I asked what their key was, and you know what they said? All take care of all. He felt the silence for a second and continued. We do not need to suffer, my brothers. This will not be my legacy. Well, what do you suggest, my lord? Someone stuttered out from the crowd. First, as usual, we will discuss method of progress over the past year. Then we will look at our perception of progress. Then we will look into our methods. Don't you even think about it? The king's guard all pointed their arms to someone in the crowd who had pulled up a gun. One of them took away his gun and tied him to his chair. Every year, the king said, every year somehow someone sneaks weapons past our topmost advanced security. It's supposed to be a diplomatic meeting. You can be glad I took away the death sentence for that. Which reminds me, keep an extra eye for that guy over there. He tried killing me last year, you see? I didn't even fire you for trying to kill me. That's how merciful of a king I am. The king sat back on his throne, rubbing his forehead. Now, does anyone else have any objections to my suggestion? The room was completely silent. Good. Then let's proceed to discuss the method of progress for global resource distribution this year. And warlords, in the meantime, you find a new representative to talk about the method of progress for the war industry. It was an extremely tense and tired king who returned to his chambers that evening. He locked the door and went to his bed under his silk sheets and drifted off, soon sleeping. A bright light shone in the room. The king jumped up and looked into the light. In it stood a gray man and a soldier laying on the floor. The alien was speaking with an outside voice inside the king's head. "This is the head of the warlord's office. He just pressed a very bad button. But don't worry, we took care of it." "Is he," the king started. "Sleeping," the gray said. "We have been watching you, your highness. We have been watching all your ancestors. We have been waiting for this day for a very long time." "I am dreaming," the king said. "I'm afraid not. The change will not be easy, but we are with you. We got your back, bro." The light went brighter, and the alien and the head of the warlord's office disappeared into it. The king's night guard guarded the door to the king's chambers. He brought out a golden key and unlocked the door. It was his job to check on the king every hour. He opened the door to find the king sitting on his bed, eyes wide open, staring into the wall. "Is everything all right, my lord?" the guard asked. "Oh, yeah," replied the king. "I just had the strangest dream. It was an alien and... Oh, well, I will tell you about it tomorrow. I must return to sleep. Good night, bye-bye." The king waved off the guard and lay down in his bed, immediately snoring. "Dear noblemen," the king said back on his throne the next afternoon, "I hope you had a good night's sleep and a good breakfast. I know for sure I did." He looked out into the room. Everyone still had their cloud of disbelief on their faces. "So, shall we get started?" the king continued. "Yesterday we talked about the previous year. Today is about the current state of things. How are the fruits of our labor? So with that, let's get into food distribution. How is the food production going?" "Oh, fantastic, sir. We produce more than enough food for everybody," said a representative for GRD. "Very good. So does everybody eat?" "Well, some more than others. And some less than, I suppose. And what about the waste?" "What waste, my lord?" "Well, if there's more than enough for everybody, I'm sure there must be waste." "Well, the waste becomes compost, your excellency." "I see," the king said. "And what about plastic waste? You know what I'm talking about." The representative was speechless. "And what about erosion? Do we have any numbers here on soil erosion? I'm sure there must be a way to grow food without causing soil erosion all over the place." "Well, sadly not, dear king. It is the most effective way of growing food," the representative said. "There is for sure some way to grow food without causing erosion, and we will find it and utilize it on a global scale this year. And while we're at it, we will distribute the food for free to everyone and anyone who wants it as much as they want, without paying anything." "And who will pay for it then?" "We will. The food will be paid for with tax money and given away for free to the people." "And where will then this tax money come from if people don't pay for food?" "From the great market, where people can sell all kinds of handmade and homemade things and pay a small tax to their king and country." The gathering laughed in disbelief. "This will never work," the representative whispered. "It will work, and it will be done this year. While we're at it, anyone can have as much land as they want for free. There's no need to pay for that, and water as well. We all need it to live, for crying out loud." "This will lead to the fall of the kingdom," the GRD man hissed out. "Then let the kingdom fall if it must," the king said. "But it will be done this year. My words be the law. Secretary, are you getting this?" My word be the law, the secretary typed and blinked to the king. Very good, the king said, blinking back. Now to public relations. What do you think about the current situation? Well, I guess it would be nice with less fear and competition and more unity, the PR representative said hesitantly. Now here is someone who gets it, the king said. Thank you, dear sir. This is like a pat on the back for me. This is the kind of progressiveness I like to see here in this meeting. The representative smiled and blushed on his wrinkly cheeks. And how do you suggest we can create more unity? How about a common cause, for example? Cleaning up the plastic waste and finding a way to globally produce food in a sustainable way? Now that's what I'm talking about. The king jumped out of his throne and hugged the representative. I love it. Let's get every media in on it. All of humanity coming together to clean up plastic waste, grow food in sustainable ways, and share it all for free. It will be done this year. The king gave the representative a high five and walked over to the new war industry representative, a man in his 40s with a slick smile on his face. Dear new representative, tell me, did you have any extraterrestrial activity around the warlord's main office last night? What? How did you... The representative started. What? I was just joking, the kid laughed. I just remembered this crazy dream. So, you did have alien activity there last night. Interesting. We'll get back to you on that. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the current war status? I could hear your thoughts on the matter, my lord. Well, I think war should be kept far away from all civilians. In fact, I think it should be considered a crime against humanity to send armed forces to any foreign country. And how do you suggest we do that? Dedicated war zones in isolated places. And might I ask why we would fight over isolated places? Television game shows. Once again, the room filled with laughter. Television game shows? The warlord said in disbelief. Television game shows. See, we put all the wars mongrels in, for example, the Sahara or Antarctica, to fight for fame and fortune and to be the winners of the full HD Warzone television game shows. It will be up to your division then to make interesting game shows that will get a lot of polls, which will then fund the further development of the Warzone. That is, the representative grasped for breath. That is what, the king said. Is this a joke? It is a suggestion for how we can keep violent, war-hungry people far away from the rest of civilization for the safety of our kingdom. We would be nothing but gladiators fighting for our lives in arenas, the warlord representative said, and for the glory and safety of our people. Unless you have a better idea, it will be done this year. Now! Someone called out from the crowd, and around 20 people stood up, lifting guns towards the king. But before anyone could pull the trigger, they all just fell to the ground. Gray men appeared out of nowhere and filled up the room. We come in peace, the aliens said inside the gathering's minds. What is going on? Where did you come from? The king said. We have been here all along. Don't worry about these people. They're just sleeping. Let's tie them up, said the king's guard, and a group of them went to tie up the sleeping men. I think that concludes the beginning of our meeting then, the king said. All of humanity coming together in unity to clean up plastic and toxic waste while finding a way to mass produce food without causing soil erosion to share it with everyone for free, having less food waste and no hungry people. In the meantime, for warriors and those who love violence and destruction, we will have a television cover dedicated war zones. My word be the law. Are you getting this, Susie? My word be the law, the secretary typed on the typewriter. Also, my name is Linda. Now, I'd love to hear some ideas, people, the king said. The world is ours. What shall we do with it? How can we make it the best it can be for the next generation? It was a tense and tired king who returned to his chambers that night. He locked the door, went to bed under his silk sheets, and saw red light dots all over his body. He looked to the window and saw that it was starting to crack up. Good thing I have this bulletproof window. I guess I should put the bunker window up now. He pressed a button next to his bed, and an iron layer dropped in front of the door. Oh, the other button, I suppose. He pressed the other button, and a similar metal window dropped in front of the window. Great! Now I can sleep, finally. He lay down, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and got closer and closer to sleeping. He heard a rattling and scratching coming from the walls. The sound got stronger and was accompanied by screeching sounds. He sat up in his bed to see his walls breaking apart, and out of the cracks crawled hundreds or thousands of rats and cockroaches. They filled up the room and screamed out with a growling voice, all in unity. "Puny human!" The king screamed all he could, but no one could hear it past the bunker door. "We have been here since the age of the dinosaurs," the rats and cockroaches growled. "You humans work for us. Now tell me, you little human, if you don't produce all this food waste, what will we eat then?" They climbed up on his bed and started covering the screaming king. A loud bang and the bunker door flew back, leaving a big hole in the wall. From the other side of that hole, it was running in cats, dogs, snakes, birds, and all kinds of animals, chasing after rats and cockroaches and looking for a meal in the meantime. The king stayed screaming until every animal had left the room. Through the hole where the bunker door used to be, now came a man and a woman. "Mr. King," the man said slowly, walking towards the king. "My name is Kalamakia, and this is Nini. We are here to protect you." The king looked into Kalamakia's eyes and felt calmness washing over him. "I'm so sorry, my lord," said the night guard. "They can move things with their minds. There was nothing I could do. This woman broke open the bunker door using her freaking mind. And they brought all kinds of animals with them, or I'm just going crazy." "This is a dream," the king said. "I'm dreaming." "Maybe," Kala said. "But you opening your heart and changing the world is a dream coming true for everybody. Not just the humans, the plants and animals too. We are with you, and we will make sure you succeed." An hour later, the night guard went to check on the king through the hole where the door used to be. The king was sleeping soundly, covered by a big blanket of cats, dogs, and foxes, while birds and snakes were almost everywhere else, twittering sweetly in their sleep. The next morning, a local news channel was covering a reportage of a huge animal gathering around a big villa and birds flying in a clockwise circular formation above it. They called in all kinds of experts, but no one could explain the strange behavior of all these animals. "Dear gentlemen, grey men, animals, and psychics," said the king of the world, "today is the third and final day of our yearly meeting." He looked at the strange crowd in front of him, not quite sure how to even act in such a gathering. "I must say that these 2 days have been the strangest days of my life, and if this is the start of the new world we're creating, I'm most intrigued. And so far, we've only had one death, which is a new record for our yearly meetings. I take that as a great sign and want to keep it that way." The crowd applauded and cheered. The king looked extra at about a third of the men who had tried to kill him during the meeting and now sat tied up in their chairs. Could the representatives come up? They did. And I see a potential growth in the new participants fate has brought to this meeting. I invite the grey men to choose a representative to speak for their kind, and Kala and Nini to choose someone to speak for the animals in the meantime. What suggestions does GRD have for the coming year? The GRD representative put on his glasses and read from a note in a monotone voice. In the coming year, GRD will find new ways to globally produce food without causing soil erosion and distribute it for free to the people. Water will be free, and anyone can have as much land as they want for free. All this will be paid for by the tax money, which will come from the trade of handmade things in the great markets. And hopefully we will still have a kingdom to redeem next year. My lord, he bowed to the king. Thank you, dear sir. PR, what's your plan for next year? The PR representative was glowing with excitement. We will get all media on campaigns for getting all of humanity together, for cleaning toxic waste and finding sustainable ways of mass producing food. Yay! Thank you very much, dear sir. War industry, what's your plan? The war representative growled, looking at the ground. We will end all current wars, send troops home, and then find the best suited desolate place in the world to have a TV-covered dedicated war zone game show to send those who feel called to war. And of course, we'll still invest in home defense, the king added. Right, said the warlord. Now, do we have the new representatives ready? Kala stepped up, an eagle sitting on his shoulder, next to a grey man who also stepped up in front of the king, next to the other representatives. My lord, may I? Kala asked. The king signaled him to continue. On behalf of all the animals in the forest, I beg you, please stop chopping down the trees. They are these animals' source of life, and our source of life too. Do we really need to cut down more trees? The king pointed at Kala and said, This is what I'm talking about. That's a great question. GDR, what do you think about this? Do we really need to cut down more trees? The GDR representative looked at Kala with hate in his eyes. I suppose, technically, if we can really find a way to grow food without causing erosion, it would not be necessary to chop down more trees. So it will be done. This year, instead of chopping trees, humans will grow trees for the sake of all living things, the king said. If we can find a way to grow food without causing erosion, added the GRD representative. When we find a way, the king insisted. There is a way, said the grey man inside their heads. You have shown your good intentions to develop, so we will share our knowledge and help you develop. This is what we've always been waiting for. The universe is about to open up to your world. Chapter 14. The Cultural Revolution. The singing of the birds and the melting of the last snow announced that spring was finally here. The leaves returned to the trees, and the flowers bloomed in every corner, filling the world with the most wonderful smells and the most beautiful views. Hey, Roclo, Hope said, as she appeared out of thin air behind Roclo the Immortal. Your task is done. You did it. You're free. He turned around and they looked at each other for a while in silence. I've been longing for these words for so long, Roclo finally said. Now that you say them, I don't know if I dare to believe it. They're taking care of each other. They even let the animals go. They stopped fighting, and they share in their abundance, all living in harmony with each other and the rest of nature. How? Roclo asked. Your message, which you have been spreading all over the world, finally reached the world's king about 10 years ago, causing him to change his ways and the ways of them all. She looked at his disbelieving stare for a while and continued. They started sharing in their abundance of food and shelter, and as a result, people had generally fewer reasons to steal and fight from each other, as they all had their basic needs fulfilled. Good, Roclo said, coming a bit closer to Hope. I guess the military forces didn't like that too much, no? Hope chuckled. Of course. They lost a lot of power and investment and tried to regain it by holding the world hostage. The king had it figured out in advance, though. He had found the most desolate place on earth to send all violent people so that those who wanted could fight each other there. And those who wanted to return to civilization had to go through a mental healing process, and so peace prospered. Humanity got together to clean the world of the toxic trash they had covered with, and last week the last animals were released from their captivity. Roklo closed his eyes with a smile and took a deep breath of the fresh spring air. Finally, he said, opened his eyes and looked at a smiling Hope. Somehow, she looked like a completely different person with the sun shining on her happy face. It gets better, she said. Suddenly the common folks have time on their hands to do what they want with. This has led to a blossom in art, technology, philosophy, scientific discoveries, botany, biology, and so on. They call it the Cultural Revolution. They even found life on another planet, and the technology to go explore it. The Galactic Union has deemed them ready to spread across the stars. Oh, I don't know if that's such a good idea, Roklo said. Yes, it is, Roklo, Hope said, looking deep into his eyes. They have finally learned from their mistakes. Roklo chuckled, then laughed, louder and louder. He howled, danced, laughed more, and jumped up and down, chanting, They learned! They finally learned! Nobody thought it was possible, but I knew it was. They learned! He took out the eternal flame and gave it a big kiss. Thank you so much. You can go to your loved ones now. Well done, Roklo. But first, I have thought about a special reward for you, if you will have it. Did you ever wonder what it's like to be a bird? What if I can give you and your special someone a life together as birds, flying around, singing and playing in paradise? Roklo went on his knees and kneeled in front of Hope. In return, she went on her knees and kneeled in front of him. They both started laughing, stood up, and hugged each other, still laughing. Thank you, Roklo said, in all sincerity to Hope. As they hugged, Roklo the Immortal dissolved into light and blew away with the wind, on to his next life as a bird with his love. The wind was blowing in the trees, and a small river enlarged by the melting snow was pouring downstream nearby. Hope felt the joy in her heart unlike anything she had felt before. Okay, she said, it's time. She called on her parents, and they immediately came to meet her. Hey there, she said, looking at her feet. Oh, Hope, Mother Creator said. All this time I've been so worried. We've all been searching, always knowing you were somewhere out there. No one could find me unless I wanted to be found, Hope replied, meeting their eyes. I know, Father Creator said. Your magic is incredibly powerful, but still, you left behind a trail of new creatures and quite a lot of influence on the humans. And I followed it and found you a long time ago. But I wanted to wait until you were ready. It was one of the hardest decisions I've ever made. I'm so sorry, Hope said. No, I'm sorry, the father said. I'm sorry too, said the mother. And for your information, I love the creatures you make. I find them very interesting, the father said. They all laughed together for a while. Thanks, Dad, Hope said, hugging her parents. And Hope? Mother Creator said, Hope nodding. You did what no one else could, not even the sky and the sun. You restored the balance in our beautiful world, and no words can describe how proud we are of you. Father Creator nodded in confirmation and patted Hope on the back. From that day on, They work together to sustain the fine balance of all living things on Earth. Kalamakia and Nini were flying together, hand in hand, in a shared lucid dream, looking at the most beautiful fields of flowers stretching out into the horizon far beneath them. In front of them, some clouds drifted aside, revealing a door hanging in mid-air. They flew in front of the door and opened it to see dark waters on the other side. Turia Dorni, Kala said, looking at Nini. They smiled at each other and went inside. They didn't swim far into the darkness before they were surrounded by the tiny, shiny jellyfish. It's been a while, Turia, Nini said. Indeed, Turia Dorni replied. I've been very busy. What have you been up to? Kala asked. I was a human at the time when they first broke the balance with the rest of nature. Since then, I've been living as an immortal jellyfish, doing my work from the spirit realm, guiding humanity back into balance. It has taken me countless ages, and now my job is finally done. I can now live a last life as anything I want before I return to the singularity. Wow, Nini said. What do you want to be? A butterfly, a flower? A human, Turia replied. I miss being a human. It's a wonderful experience. But I want to have parents who know who I am and can remind me when I forget, to wake me up to the memories and knowledge I will carry. With your permission, I have chosen you. Without hesitation, both Kala and Nini agreed to this. And so Nini gave birth to Turia, who in this life could see for the first time. There they lived together in Kala's house, surrounded by an endless untouched forest full of life in every direction. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Henriksen, the dumpster wizard, said to a rather big group of people on another part of the planet. What I'm holding in my hand is a bag filled with the last toxic trash cleaned up from our planet. He threw the bag in the bin behind him, and the spectators broke out into applause. Bill looked at them and smiled. Great job, everybody. I'm so glad to see the effort you all put into it. So, now what? He asked, and the crowd laughed. Indeed, what should we do when all the trash in the world is cleaned up? I want to celebrate, Bill shouted out, and a group of people cheered in agreement. With the world clean and the humans living in peace with each other and the rest of nature, sharing in their prosperity and creating together, the world thrived and developed faster than ever before. And so the Cultural Revolution went on for ages and ages and grew and expanded, both on Earth, all over the galaxy, and all over the multiverse. And one day it just might reach us. So yeah, thank you for listening. I'm Box Ape, I made this, and yeah, I have a very fun time reading this to you. With that, I hope it made you feel something and wish you a beautiful day.